You have muted yourself, Mr. Mjekula. You are talking to yourself. You have muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, indeed, we can hear you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay. I've got Advocate Ntsebeza and Mr. July. Advocate Ntsebeza is going to swear you in, and Mr. July will take you through the paces, and then you'll be left to your own devices to take us through what you want to tell us this morning. Advocate Ntsebeza.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Mjekula.
Morning, Mama.
Yes, are you going to take an oath or are you going to affirm? Are you going to be taking an oath or will you affirm?
Can you hear Advocate Ntsebeza?
Okay. I can hear now and then, but I can hear now.
Guys, maybe
But I can hear now.
yes, maybe your earphones. Can you take off your earphones and see how we fare?
Okay.
As long as you don't mute yourself.
But it's better with my headsets because the speaker of my laptop is not that great.
Okay. But it must be great for all of us.
Okay. Mr. Mjekula, are you going to be taking an oath or are you going to affirm?
I'll take an oath now.
No problem.
Really.
Mr. Sinethemba Mjekula, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Oh, help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mjekula. You've now been sworn in as a participant in the SJN hearings.
Yes, Mr. July.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Mjekula.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mjekula, you've got an affidavit in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that affidavit is not commissioned before the Commissioner of Oath, right?
Okay.
But you have just taken an oath now, and that oath incorporates this affidavit and
Yes.
everything else that you are going to say.
Yes.
Yes. You may have to ask the people on the background to lower their voices. Yeah.
Okay. Let me go ask them
place
quickly.
where you are at as a courtroom. And in a courtroom, you wouldn't have a brawl.
Yes, I'll ask them.
Yes.
Can I ask someone to talk to them?
Yes. You're welcome to go and talk to them.
Okay.
We'll wait for you.
Okay. Okay, let me go quickly. Now I'm back. Stay quiet now.
Yes, good.
Yes. Your affidavit covers a period when you were playing in amateur cricket for Eastern Province, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yes, sir.
you then talk about an incident where you were playing against Lions at Wanderers when you were called names.
Yes.
And then there was another incident where you had to go to a physiotherapy at Buffalo Park. You remember that? You were playing against Lions again.
Yes.
Yes. Then
Yes.
you talk about the incident when you were playing against Titans and you were called
Yes.
a K-word.
Yes.
Then in 2014 you retired from cricket.
Yes.
In 2016 you became an umpire.
Yes.
You talk about one of the incidents that you remember very well is you being expelled from the under-16 camp
Yes.
at Hawksback. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes.
you can talk to your affidavit. There are some other issues that you say you will talk about them when you are here. So the ball is in your
Okay.
court. You can now take us through your affidavit.
Okay. Thank you, sir. As I said when I was playing amateur cricket for Eastern Province, that's when I started to play my professional cricket. And when I was playing there, there were some difficulties. We were not treated the same way compared to white players.
Mr. Mjekula,
And
Mr.
that
Mjekula,
made things difficult. Yes, sir.
yeah. Can I ask you to relax?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but
Okay.
I would be interested if you can hear me. What I wanted to ask you is to relax, because this is an opportunity for you to give us an account of yourself when you started to have an interest in cricket. So you can start from your childhood days. The affidavit is here, it's going to guide us, and you don't have to simply, you have 2 hours. Let me tell you, you are going to be, we are going to be with you up until 12.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't feel you have to rush everything, but make sure that within that time period we have said everything you want to say. You must remember that you are supposed to find out whether there were incidences or whether there was unfair racial discrimination against you in the sporting code called cricket. So pace yourself, and but start from the beginning.
Okay. As I said, I'm Sinethemba Mjekula. Grew up at Masingata village. It's in King Williamstown, on your way to Alice. It's like 2 kilometers away from the town. I grew up in Masingata. My village is called India. The reason it's been called India, everyone there plays cricket. When there's a cricket match, like you'll find the house is empty, our parents, everybody's going to watch cricket. So I developed this love of this game while I was still 6 years at school. I went to primary school there at Masingata. I developed the love of the game, played Baker's mini cricket at Harperton Primary School in Masingata. At my house, my brothers, they play soccer, other one plays some rugby, but I was the only one who took cricket, but I mixed cricket and rugby as the seasons, they differ. So I played Baker's mini cricket, went to high school at Fort Grant, that is in Ginsberg. If I can say, Masingata village is well-known in cricket. If you can go there, you can easily find 20 plus ex-professional cricketers. So that will give you the picture of the game is very popular there. There's the names of Mr. Bajayala, who stay close to my house, is also coming from Masingata. The list is endless. So I loved this game. Then when I went to high school, play again at high school, but I realized that the chances aren't that there. So I took a break from playing cricket at school, as my parents told me to focus on my studies. So to focus on my studies, I think when I was doing matric at Amantinde High School, where I finished, that's when I started to play the game again. Because some of the guys that I bumped in primary school, I saw them at high school, they asked me some questions, why not playing anymore? Then I started to play again. After I finished high school, my mother, she's from Port Elizabeth. So I went there, it was during December holidays. So I went there, as the kids were playing on the streets there in Motherwell at NU4B. So I was playing with other kids, and one of these guys said, hey, you're quite good at this thing. We've got a club here in Motherwell. Don't you want to play for us? I said, why not? I'm here for the holidays. So I went to the practice with these guys, and we played a game against a team called PECC. I was playing for Motherwell. Funeko Ngam was playing with me in that team for Motherwell. If I remember correctly, PCC had the guys like Russell Domingo. Russell Domingo is a former coach of the Proteas. And Cristo Iso is currently working for Epic Cricket as a coach. So I took 3 wickets in this game, and I was able to get Russell Domingo out on 99. And when we were betting, I got 34 in 1 over. Russell Domingo was bowling, so it was the last over of the game. We were losing the game, so I decided, let me go, let me have a hack, and then I managed to score 34 in that over. So after the game, Mr. Domingo, he was coaching Eastern Province Academy at that time and Eastern Province B side. So he approached me after the game. He said, where are you staying? I told him I'm from King Williamstown, but I'm here to visit my family this side. And that was the year that I was doing the matric. So he said, don't you want to come join us here at the EPE side? I said, no worries. And then he promised that he'll pay for your studies, we'll pay for your accommodation and everything. So I said to him, I think this is an opportunity, but I need to consult my parents first. So I was excited about this news, and I told the guy, I said, why not to come this side? And during that year, when I was doing matric, there were forms that were out to join the Border Cricket Academy. So I got those forms, and then I put it through at Border Cricket. So I told myself, let me open my options. If I'm accepted that side, I'll take it. I'll see which side is winning. It was a shame for me. While we were chilling in my village, this other guy from my village asked me to go buy some cigarettes for him. So I said, I'm going somewhere, so I cannot do that. So this guy slapped me on my face. And then he said, yeah, that's why we took your application off on those applications. You're not going to make it at the Border Academy. Then I was shocked. So later that, I told my parents about this EP offer, so they knew about it. Then a couple of days, I received a call from Russell Domingo. Said, what is your decision? Have you spoken to your parents? I said, yeah, my parents, they don't have a problem. So I said, okay, I'm into that. And luckily for me, because the border one, I wasn't accepted. So I moved to PE. we start the academy. No, there was trials first. He said, no, you're just going to go to trials, but you already taken. So you just want to do the formalities. So you're just going to bowl one over. We know we got you on the list. I said, okay, it's fine. So after that, I think a week after we're called, we're introduced to the president and the CEO. We got our clothing and everything. Academy went well. But during these academy days, I'm a village boy. We're doing fitness tests and everything. So I was one of the fittest guys in our academy. So every Monday, we're running 2 kilometers. So we ran from Nelson Mandela University and go via Boardwalk and come back. Every time when I'm in front of the guys, you'll hear the other players, the white players, why are you always in front and all those things? And it was a time trial, that thing. You cannot be in front of us, we've got babalas, you're too forward and all those things. So I never took those things personal, because as I know, I was doing it for myself. That went well. The academy took about the whole winter. So we had our closing ceremony, and then I was announced the player of the tournament. Straight after that, I was selected to join the EP amateur side, because they got rid of the B sides and all those things. So I was selected to join the EP amateur side. And I've joined the EP amateur side. I think we were about 5 black players at that time. It was me, Bob Omani, Lazola Deepa, Donabo Tsotsobe, Bumelelo Sluana. I think those were the guys. It was all fine when I started at the EP side, but there were a couple of incidents when we playing away, where we will not get a chance to choose. Remember, when we get to a place, we have a team dinner. So every time we go to these team dinners, we never get an opportunity to. They never come to us or send the coach and say, "Guys, where do you want us to go to have a team dinner?" So we'll always jump in a bus. First of all, as black players, we had our own bus. White players, that they have their own bus, we had our own bus. It was like that. And when you get to the hotel as well, you will share with the same, with the black player, not with the white players. We never share rooms with them. So even with the incidents of the team dinners, so we'll go to this restaurant. And you know us, we're coming from poor backgrounds, and especially me and Lazola, because our situation, I think, was worse compared to other players, because we didn't have luck to have parents that will be working, they have good jobs, so we're relying on that money we get as your match fee. So we wanted to make sure if we go on tour, you'll save money. When you come back, you'll be able to buy some bread at your house. So you go take us to these restaurants that are expensive. And we complained about this thing. They never take note of that. So we decided one day, you know what? We'll go to the dinner in another tour. We'll go to the dinner. When we get to this restaurant that is expensive, we'll just drink water. On our way home, we'll just buy stew twice two and something to eat, because we wanted to save money. And compared to other players, they had means, but we had nothing at that time. So that went okay. There was no solution, first of all, with the team dinners. If I remember correctly, there were some couple of incidents because I was staying in Motherwell while I'm playing for Eastern Province, Amashasad. So I need to take 2 taxis to get to St. George's Park for a practice. So if a practice is starting at 10, so I make sure I'm leaving my house at 7 o'clock or 6:30 to catch a taxi from Motherwell to Terminus, from Terminus catch a taxi that is going to Green Acres. So we spoke to the coach about these difficulties, because sometimes you get to a taxi, you've got a big cricket bag, and the taxi driver said, no, we cannot put this thing, we have to pay for it, and all those things. So those are the difficulties, but I was making sure I'm on time in the practice. There was one time I was late, and I explained to the coach that the taxi, you cannot jump in the taxi, and then when you get there, the taxi goes. The taxi needs to be full, you know, and there's days that are not busy, there's days that are busy when you get, the taxi gets full quickly. So I've explained, and he wasn't happy. And the other players were saying some things, and I said to myself, I need to get someone who stays around Central, for instance. There was a guy that was coming from my village who was studying at Russell College. So I speak to this guy. I said, my man, I'm under pressure here because I'm struggling when I'm going to the practice, the taxi and all those things. So can I leave my bag at your place? Then I'll just take that bag when I get a taxi, and he wasn't staying far from St. George's Park. So I had to make those means. I'm reading my thing as well, so that's why I'm gonna have some breaks and then just to check on it.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. After I've played for EP, I excelled. Then I was selected to play for the Warriors. And that was a stage higher. The Warriors, one thing that I didn't like now, first of all, the staff members, some of them were not friendly. There was a guy who was working at St. George's Park. He was, I think, Ombudsman, who was the security, head of the security at the stadium. I was asked by, I think, Siponondwana, who was the head of the coaches. He was the head of the coaches. So Rasipo asked me, can you help these kids just and do some coaching as a professional player? So Rasipo and Christo said, no worries, because we finished practice early on a Friday. So he wanted me to do that. So I did help coach these kids. And after that session, but Christo said, there's some snack in my office you can have, because you didn't eat after the practice, you went straight to the coaching. So we've prepared something for you. So I went there while I'm busy eating, and this guy, Opanoman, who was a white guy, African guy, he said, what are you stealing here? I was like, I am not stealing. And these guys, Christo and Sip, are still chatting with the school teachers. Well, the school teachers came to fetch these kids. So I'm eating inside and I had to go. So what are you stealing? I said, I'm not stealing anything. I'm just eating here after my session. He said, no, you black guys, you can't be trusted, because there's always something when you guys are around. So I had to go outside and call with Christo. I said, can you explain to this guy why I'm here? And he explained to me, no, this guy, we let him in to eat because he was busy coaching. But he didn't even apologize, he just left. So I was in hape. I left that food there, and then I said to Butsipa and Butris, no, I cannot eat anymore, I'm going now. Because now, this guy, obviously, when you see the black person, you see a thief, you know? That was fine. And then there was an incident when we were playing at Wanderers against the Lions. Before the game starts, every day, it was a 4-day game, we will warm up playing some touch rugby. So we're playing a touch rugby, and on my side, there were it was HDR coming, David Jacobs, Anna Jacobs, I think, on my side. So now while I'm running, holding the ball, so it was HDR coming on my right-hand side. And on his right-hand side, it was David Jacobs. So we're running. So I just said, skip one. So I've skipped HDR coming, I didn't pass the ball to him. The game had to stop. He grabbed me in my chest. You cannot be doing that to me. You are a small boy, and he's mentioned something like, the black guys, what do they know about rugby? Something like that. And it was chaotic. And remember, I'm still young. It's my second game in the team. And these guys, they've been there, you know. So I said to myself, what has happened? Because it's just a game. I just keep this guy. There was nothing personal. But the whole thing was a mess. So after that warm-up, I went to the change room. I was crying. I didn't know what I'd done, and I had to apologize to this guy. Well, they said, go and apologize to HD. We know how he is. But I said, on this case, what have I done? You know? That was fine. And there was another incident where we played a game against the Lions as well at Buffalo Park. The wicket was flat. There was nothing for the bowlers in that wicket. So I think we fielded for 2 days. We're on the field for the 2 days. So after we finished bowling, we had our physio that was always traveling with the team. So I've asked, I think the lady was Caroline. I said, Caroline, I need a massage. I had a problem with my shin splints. She said, okay, I've got these guys before you. So he had 90 Hayward, you're on board. I said, okay, it's fine, I'll be the last one. You know, because even the physio bed was in our watching area. In our watching area. Sorry, in our viewing area. So you finished with this lady finished giving Johan Porter and 90 Hayward a massage. So while I'm sitting now, after she finished giving me a rub down. So I decided, let me chill on this physio bed, man, because I'm tired. So while I'm sitting here, I had Johan Porter talking to Russell Domingo, who was our coach. He said, look, these guys are useless. Look at Mjekula, he was sleeping on the physio bed. And then I was like, and 90 Hayward joined that. I was like, no, man, I never slept. I was watching the game. And during lunch the day before, Johan Porter finished lunch early, and then he went to sleep on that bed. He was sleeping. No one said anything. And before he went on to bed, he was betting, I think 6 or 7. He would go and sleep there. All the other players would sleep there. So when I was sitting there watching the game, and then it was a big issue. Yeah, look at these guys, they lazy and all those things. I was like, I said to Russell, I don't understand, because these guys, they even sleep there and snores, no one will bother you. Even 90 Hayward will say, guys, after he finished bowling, I'm going to the change room. He will take his pillow and he'll sleep there. He said, please don't disturb me. So I said, why now, when it's me just sitting there, not even sleeping, then it's a big issue? There was no solution. After that, I was the 12th man. I was the 12th man. I'm not quite sure. I think it was in Kingsmead. when you're a 12 man as a black player, those days you'll never have rest. You'll never rest. Guys will send you, if you can see the stairs at Kingsmead. So you will be doing up and down those stairs. And the guys that are betting, hey, for instance, HD and Arnold want, for instance, a lipstick. No, I'm sorry, not a lipstick, what you call, the lip eyes. And then you go, you send that, you start to sit down, can I get gloves and all those things? And I said to these guys, before you go to bed, tell me what are you going to need? Then I can put your things there to make my job easy. What are you going to drink and all those things? You'll prepare those things. But I'm telling you, the sooner you sit down, you start watching the game, they'll want that. Even the guys that are sitting with you in the change room, they're white players, will send you there, can you get me this? Can you make me coffee? Yet you're still young, I was still young, wanted to impress and all those things. But I was like, no man, this can't be true. So they'll send you up and down, and you'll hear them when you're walking down the stairs, they'll say names. I remember this other time I was coming back, they didn't know that I came back to the chamber, I was inside the toilet. They were saying, these guys, these black players, I don't know how they get here. I don't think they belong here. But you had the things that will break your heart. And they were quite shocked when I opened the bathroom, and then I sat there. And they all show a different face when you sit down next to them. So being a 12 man as a black player, it was one of the toughest things. It was one of the toughest things. I remember Lord Bosman was playing for Dolphins at that time. So during the tea he was chatting, he said, I feel your pain. I did the same thing when I was a 12th man, when I was playing for South Africa, it was like that. So I said, hey, but we've got nothing, there's nothing we can do. We just have to soldier on. Let me scroll it. The other incident that, let me just check here on my thing. It was, yes, when I was at the Warriors, there was a problem of us black players. It was me, Totobe, Makaya Ntini, Atigili. We're not allowed to speak Xhosa in the change room. There was a meeting that was called by the CEO, it was Dave MC by there, to address that issue. And we're not allowed to speak Xhosa in the change room while we're talking to ourselves, but the other guys, they're speaking Afrikaans, they speak their languages. So, in this meeting with the CEO, we had our own meeting as the black players. So I said to Makaya, guys, this can't be happening. And I didn't go to multiracial schools. So at that time, English, it's not obvious, it's not my mother tongue. So I wasn't fluent. I'm not saying now I'm fluent. So when I was bowling all the time, I'll have Makaya at mid-on, I'll have Lonabo at mid-off. So those guys know how to motivate me in my language. So I said to the CEO, this is the best way for us to communicate. And we don't have the problem with these guys if they speak Afrikaans and English. Now, but the problem is when we speak Xhosa, they think we're talking about them, of which we are not doing it. So that matter wasn't solved. That now, when we're in the change room, we need to speak English, not our language. So that was quite disturbing. That was fine.
Mr. Mjekula? Mr. Mjekula?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What did the CEO say to you and the other black players during the meeting? Was it a warning? Was it a request not to speak Xhosa? Like, what was the nature of the meeting?
We explained to the CEO while we're speaking Xhosa, and we also explained we don't have problem with the other guys to speak their language. So he said he will talk to the coach about that. So at that meeting, he didn't give us anything that we can take on, because he said, okay, guys, I'll have to discuss this with the coach. That was there. But what we decided as a players, we said, guys, we will speak our language. If we have to be punished, we will be punished. So that was what the CEO said to us. He said, we'll discuss that with the coach.
Okay, so it ended there.
It ended there.
Okay.
Another incident. We didn't have freedom. We didn't have freedom. Every time, for instance, we say, guys, let's go to the mall. You have a game that will, maybe a 4-day game will finish early. Then we'll have a day to spare, and then where we can do our things, because maybe we won't get a flight on the following day. So we have a free day. When we go with our own bus, they always think some comments. You guys are going to drink now. You're going to party. You're going to the girls and all those things. You see? So with everything that we're doing, there were always some question marks. So we were never free. There was one incident, I think Leonardo touched on it, where we were playing a day-night game at St. George's. Can I go and ask these people to keep it down?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Where is the episode?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. You are still under oath. I must remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes. Yeah. And so as I was saying, we were never free. So everything that we're doing, even if you're going to get airtime, you bump a white player in the lift, oh, you're going to get alcohol now, you're going to do this. And like, these guys, they'll go their own way. We'll never say anything. They'll do everything. We never say anything, but why us? You know? But we were fine with that because we didn't have a hidden agenda. Because we knew we were going there to play and then had to behave on top. But obviously us, there were always some question marks, even if you're going anywhere. And also, there was an incident when we were playing Titans at Supersport Park. It was a 4-day game. I was betting with Rusty Ferron. I think we needed, I was the last man. I was betting number 11. I think we needed about 60 runs to win. So I went in to bet. I spoke to Rusty. Rusty said, you need to hang in here with me. We need to win this game. I said, okay, I'll do it. So while I was betting, with the Titans had a short leg slip, silly point, there were guys around the bet. So I used to chow bubble gum just to keep me calm. So they were at short leg, if I remember correctly, it was Pierre Joubert. At first slip, it was Faf du Plessis. At silly point, it was Haino Cool. No, keeper was Haino Cool. I'll block the ball because I need to save the game. So as Rusty told me, he said, you need to block on your side. I'll give you 2 balls to face in this over. Then you need to make sure you survive. And Tahir was bowling and Paul Harris. So these guys, they were getting frustrated. And we're getting closer. So this guy at short leg, Pierre said, I don't know if I have to mention the K word. Ever, must I?
Well, you have begun by saying the K word. Let's keep it that way.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So he did say the K word, and then what is this guy doing and all those things? And like they were very close to me. So I took a step away from these guys. And I didn't tell Rusty because I wanted us to focus on the game. So I was like, must I report this to the umpires? But the square leg umpire, I think he could have heard it. But I said, no, let me not report to the umpires, let me just keep quiet. So even during this game, the chaps were coming to me where the things that I felt they were racist and they were so personal. And at that stage, the umpires could hear. They never intervened at one stage. So we managed to win the game. And after the game, this guy didn't even shake my hand. So I said to him, after we won the game, so as we were walking off the field, I went straight to him. I said, let me throw it back to him. I said, you know what, my man? I think SA Rugby needs some props. You don't belong in this game. So, he was fuming. He was fuming. So they had to, one of our players has to get in between us and stop us. I didn't want to fight with him. So I was just chapping him, like, because we won the game now. So that ended there. I finished playing at the Warriors. Was, I think, 2008. I had a knee operation. So I did that up, did some rehab and all those things. And I came back. I think, 2009. But I wasn't comfortable. I wasn't the same player. Because every time after the game, I'll see my knee is swollen. So I didn't recover very well. So I had to take the pain tablets before the game and all those things. So, but I've tried, and I lost my contract with the Warriors 2011 with Colin Ingram. Colin Ingram lost his contract as well. So I said to Russell, to our coach, that panel that were deciding the contract, I said, I've got nothing to fall on. So is there anything that I can do just to get some salary? He said, I don't promise anything. We'll have to look. Colin Ingram's meeting was before me. So as I'm coming out of the boardroom, I saw Colin Ingram coming with his dad. And I said, okay, let me not leave. Let me just stand close to the door. And they were talking. A couple of days later, obviously, when I lost my contract for the Warriors, I was playing for EP amateur side, but not getting paid. So a couple of days, I saw Colin Ingram working with the ground staff. So I said to Russell, I think that this was the kind of job that I was looking for. He was coming to the practice now for EP. I'll need the bus fare and all those things. So I wanted something. But Colin got that job. And a few days later, I saw Colin got a contract I was like, what's happening here? This guy lost his contract, then he's got a contract, and I didn't come with my dad and all those things. Is it because he came with his dad or what? So I was sharing that with one of my friends, and Lopsy, it was Totobe, Lopsy said, Jokes, you have to understand the skin color. You're not same as Colin. I said, okay, I'll have to take that. So I played for EP amateur side without getting paid. I left EP. Then I was playing for Border. I played for Border for 2 seasons. Yes, I think it was 2 seasons. After playing for Border, then I went to play for KZN Inland. That was 2013 when I joined KZN Inland. Even there, things were challenging. Because if I remember correctly, one incident, we had a CEO there, it was a female. I think her name was Tracy. First of all, we were staying at a house with 5 guys that were not coming from KZN. So in this house, it didn't have the washing machine. And now remember, when you playing a 3-day game and a 1 day, so you start playing on a Thursday till Sunday. On Tuesday, you're traveling to go to play somewhere else. So the time to wash all those clothes and everything were not there. So I have to. We asked now at the stadium that can't they do our laundry? Because we didn't have time to take our stuff. So I was sending my laundry at the stadium to those ladies that were cleaning them. And this lady, as the CEO came, and she said, black people can wash their clothes. Why are you gonna wash your clothes here? Whereas the other players are washing their clothes at the over. So I said, why? And I answered her. I said, is it about color? Because now, if those guys, their clothes are being washed here, we're playing for the same team, why can't we wash our clothes here? Ever since then, I wasn't the favorite guy. I wasn't the favorite guy because I think she was shocked that I've answered her. So I finished playing there. I decided to join umpiring. I've decided to join umpiring. When I joined umpiring, I think my first tournament.
What year was it?
Come again?
What year did you join umpiring?
It was 2016.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, yes, we have it. Yes.
It was 2016 when I joined umpiring. So, okay, I'm just scrolling down, yeah. It was 2016. As a black umpire, it wasn't easy. We had to work extra hard compared to other fellow umpires. Even if you're standing a game, you're doing a game with an watch umpire, you are not allowed to make a mistake. For instance, even if he make a mistake, because when we join umpires, they always tell us about the communication, first of all. and you must work in pairs, you know. So you need to gel together with your colleague, if you know what I mean. The teamwork need to be there. So I remember I was doing a game for the Quick in Bloemfontein. It was KZN Coastal against Western Province. I'm at the bowler's end. The colleague is at square leg. There was an appeal for the court behind. As soon as the guys appeal, I quickly look at my square leg umpire. It was a white guy. It didn't give me any signal. It was we have to communicate with your signal. If it hits the bat, you know the signal that you will show, you know. So it didn't give me any signal. Then I called not out. And it was the last ball of the over. So the captain was the keeper. He went straight to the square leg. He said, Mr. M, didn't you hear that? And my colleague said to the captain, there was a bet there. So I was like, and now this guy, he's coming to me now. He said, your colleague, he said there was a bet there. It was clearly a nick. So I'm like, I had to call him quickly. I said, listen. Sorry, let me go and ask these people to keep quiet. Can I go quickly?
Yes, yes. There's not much we can do.
Thank you. Okay, I'm back. So I said to this guy, I don't understand. You just chucked me under the bus now. Because I said not out, you didn't give me any indication if there was a bet there, but now you telling the captain that there was a bet there. You know, so I said to him, I don't understand you. I said, okay, it's fine, let the game continue. So those were the challenges that we're facing. And also at the doors, you'll get two captains that are white players, like they speak Afrikaans. Your colleague will address the captains in Afrikaans. As the common language, we use English. So at one team meeting, I said to this guy while addressing the captains, I stood there. I wasn't part of it. And then he asked me, why not involved? I said, no. I can't hear what you say. Then when something happened during the game, don't consult me because you were alone there. You were addressing those captains alone. I wasn't there. And you didn't speak English. So those were the things. And also during my umpiring, there was a co-quick in PE. That co-quick, same thing. There were about 5 black umpires. You find these guys, when you're doing a game with a white umpire, you speak Afrikaans all the time. Then I had to address this with the managers. I said, where all the umpires were there and the managers, I said, guys, our dream is to do a game at Lords. Most of the guys were saying that, to do a game at Lords, a test match, Australia against England, for instance. I made an example to those guys. I said, what language they use in Australia? English. What language they use in England? It's English. So now, why are we keep on speaking Afrikaans when you're addressing the captains? What will you do when you're at Lords? Those guys don't even understand Afrikaans. What will you do? So we need to practice those things here. And then they called me Julius Malema, because my fellow umpires, the black guys, were scared to speak. So I was called Julius Malema. They said, I'm racist and all that. I said, I'm not, but I'm addressing the issue. Yeah. And ever since those days, so when they're looking at me, the managers, the white umpires, they were putting different lenses. They were not taking me as part of the other black umpires that they were afraid to speak. So I was a rotten potato to them. That was fine. Now, every time they will complain, they said, no, he's got a bad attitude and all those things, because I was addressing these issues and I was never quiet when there's something that I didn't like. And my fellow guys, they were quiet, the other black umpires. There was an incident. We went to the under-16 TAP camp in Hogsburg. It was the guys that were there from the umpiring side. It was me, Abongile Sodumo, Mazizi Gampu, the managers was Carl Heta was there, Kheri Pinar was there, Greg Hayes, and everyone was there. So we're sitting here at a bar. It was cold in Hogsburg. This camp was in, I think, July, August. Very cold. So we're sitting at the fireplace here at the bar. So I've noticed this guy, Carl Heta, when he calls me, he keep on saying, hey, Tikolosh. Or he will call him and Kheri, they'll say, Satan. I said, no, man, this can't be right. I said to Carl, do you know in Xhosa what is Tikolosh? Do you know in Xhosa what is Satan? Satan we describe as, in English, is a devil, you know? So Tikolosh, it's, what the, I don't know how I call Tikolosh, but I'm sure you understand what is Tikolosh. In Xhosa, Tikolosh is, I'm trying to think now. But that was the word he was calling me. So I said to him, don't you ever call me these names. And all three of us, the black umpires, they were calling us Tikolosh, Satan. I said to Sodu, my bro, I'm gonna address this issue. If you guys don't wanna address it, I will address with these guys. And ever since then, they look at me differently. They look at differently, like why I'm gonna take on, and Carl asked me, oh, now you angry? I said I'm not angry. You know my name. You can call them Tikolosh and Satan, but please call me. When you call me, use my name. That was fine. I think on that day, during that weekend we're there was 100 years celebration at Fort Hare University. Hogsburg is not far from Fort Hare. There were coaches there as well. Some guys that I used to play with, they were there. So these guys decided to go to Alice. There's no shops, there's few shops in Hogsburg. So they decided to go to Alice. I said, okay guys, I'll come with you. I think Sodom was driving our bus, where the bus says umpires. So we drove there with the coaches, like everyone. Most of the coaches went there. We chilled there, we came back late, very late. So a couple of guys had drinks. So as soon as I get there, there's a friend of mine, my best friend, Mr. Unati Bingose, he was working for SABC but then. He was also staying in our hotel in Hogsburg. He said, yeah, thanks God, Jake's here. I'm having a couple, so please don't drink, my friend. You'll be driving my car. So I said, okay, it's fine. So he gave me his car keys, so people had fun. So we're driving back. We drove back to the hotel. And after that, if I remember clearly, there was a strike at Fort Hare. So we got told at the breakfast that we won't have a session at Fort Hare. Now, our session will be moved to Buffalo Park in East London, so we need to check out that morning. We did that, took our stuff, Mazizi, Gampu, I think his uncle or whoever dropped a car at him in the morning there at the hotel. So he had his own car. So I packed my bags, I jumped in a bus where there was Victor Pitsang, who was in that bus. I can't remember this colored guy from Cape Town. So we drove to East London. We got there. The coaches and the players, they're doing their own thing on the field. The umpires, they started to start their own things. So while we were sitting here, it was me, Sean George, Mazizi Kampu, Abongile, Sodumo. Yes, Carl Heta was sitting in front. I checked there through the window. There was a discussion between John Bailey and Hey, I quickly tapped swords. I said, hey, there's something going on there. That discussion down there's something. I said, watch out. Straight after that, John Bailey came and he called Carl Heta. Apparently, one of the guys told John Bailey and them that we went out to Alice and all those things. So he spoke with Carl Heta for about 20 minutes. When Carl Heta get back, Carl Heta said, you. So now me, Mazizi, Sodumo, you need to leave. Remember that by then I'm staying in Pretoria. So they booked a flight for me, they flew me down to East London. Then we're doing this camp. So they said, you three need to leave. And Maziz is also from Joburg. So Carl Heta said, take your bags. I don't want to see you guys here. You're not disciplined. Shouting at us. So we walk outside. I said, guys, what are you gonna do? We've been expelled. And my family is in King. So my flight to Joburg, it's in a couple of days' time. Maziz also. So I said, and Maziz was driving the car that the uncle dropped off for him. So we're like a transport. Otherwise, we're not gonna get transport with our bags going back to wherever we're going. So we jump on this. Maziz was driving a Corsa Baki with no canopy. So I took my bags from that bus that I came with. I jumped in this van at the back seat. I said, can you take me to King? And as he was going to Fort Beaufort, because we didn't have a place to stay after we were expelled. We didn't get an accommodation at the hotel where they would be staying with everyone. So we went to King. So my parents were shocked. Where are you coming from? Didn't you say I just want to plug my laptop at the charger? So my parents were shocked to see me. I said we got expelled from the camp. So I didn't go. I didn't tell them the whole story. They said, okay, it's fine. So I've stayed at home until I went back to Pretoria. So when I got to Pretoria, I received a call from, I think it was Pinar, I'm not quite sure, saying they booked sessions for me to this lady who's a psychologist, because I've got a problem with alcohol. So they say I've got a problem with alcohol, so I need to see this lady. This lady is in Joburg. Mind you, I didn't have a car while I was staying in Pretoria. So I wasn't even familiar with Joburg. Hey, I said, Harry, you know what? I don't have a problem with alcohol. I've played all the years. I was never be in front of the DC because of alcohol. Even if you can ask my parents, I was never have a problem. So I'm quite surprised now with you saying I have to see this lady. But I said to him, okay, I'll go see this lady, it's fine. So I made means to go to Joburg to see this lady. So I sat down, this lady asked me the full story. I told her what happened. And I said, you know what? And she said, okay, I'm gonna give you 5 sessions. I said, okay, first of all, before we go to another session, you're not gonna see me here again. I don't have problem with alcohol. Not at all. And on top of that, they sent an email to the union. I was under Northern Cricket Union umpires. They even sent an email to the union reporting the incident in their own version of what happened, what took place in Hogsback. So I said to this lady, listen, madam, I'm not gonna come here again. I don't have problem with alcohol. If you know, that day, the cars that were hired, there were no stretches, no one was injured. I was the only guy who was making sure everyone is safe. Because I said to the guys, you drive, because it's quite dark when you go up the hill. You have to follow me. I'm familiar with this side. So you all have to drive behind me in order to make sure we're safe at the hotel, you know? So even that day, I'm just telling this lady, even that day I didn't drink. So alcohol is the least of my problems, you know? So I said to this lady, you see me now, you're not gonna see me again, and you can write that report to those people that conducted you and said, you must have sessions with me. Fine, I didn't go there again. I never went there. Now, ever since then, every time when we're somewhere, these guys, they were saying things about me. For instance, if you don't know me, and then you're chatting with me and all those things, that guy, it would be called, they said, don't get close to Mjekula. Mjekula is a problem child. You know? So I said to myself, maybe it's because I'm answering these guys, because I cannot keep quiet. I cannot say and admit that I've got a problem with this while, whereas I don't have a problem. So I asked my fellow umpire Soduma over the phone, did they book a session for you like me? I can't remember. I think he said no. So I've asked Mazizi. Mazizi don't drink. I said, Mazizi, was there a report that was written to Gauteng cricket umpires and telling them the story that took place in Hogsback? He said no. So I said to him, did they book a session for you with this lady? He said no. I said, okay, I think now this is about me. This is about me now. This whole thing is directed to me. But I said, okay, Mazizi, you know what? I'm not going to keep quiet. I'm vocal. I'll say what I don't like. So I think you guys, because you are quiet, you don't question these guys. So now they will victimize me because I'm asking the questions that they don't have answers for. Okay, after that, we went to Academy Week that took place in Old Soron. In that Academy Week in Old Soron, they hired a car for me as I've moved, I think after 2017, 2018, I'm not quite sure, I've moved down from Pretoria back to Eastern Cape. So there were 2 umpires that were coming from one from border region. Sodom was coming from EP, other guys were coming from Free State, Joburg. So, and there's no flights that are coming from East London to Old Sarum. So they booked the car for me. So as I was driving, I had to pick up Sodumo in PE. We drove together. We got at a hotel, Protea Hotel in Old Sarum. We were 6 of us, 6 other guys were already there. So when we got there, the guys, they've already took their rooms. They've already chose their roommates. That's fine. I said, so it's only 2 of us, so we have to share together. So we're sharing a room. That was fine. At the closing function of the academic week, so we were chatting to, I was chatting to Shahid Vadvala. Shahid Vadvala, who's a match referee now. I said, hey, Shahid, we've got an email here. Oh, Shahid asked us, are you guys going to a varsity cup? I said, yeah, I think the rest of us are going to a varsity cup. I said, okay, congratulations. And they asked me, who will be the manager there? I said, I think when I checked that email, it's Kheri Pinar. Shahid's words said, oh, good luck. You're going deep in the Bura camp. I said, what do you mean? I said, and he said, no, you're going straight to the Buras there. So those guys won't be the same as me, because he was our manager there. I said, wow. Okay. Comes the time for the Varsity Cup. Rush to East London Airport, was taking a flight from East London to Joburg. From Joburg, we were going to get a car. The Varsity Cup was in Porsche. I got there. On my way, I've got a tire puncture. So I was trying to phone the guy, Dawood Akut, who was going to be the same flight with me. We were going the same place. I said, please, man, I'm running a bit late. I think I'm going to miss this flight, but I'll try. So I've missed that flight. So I had to phone Kheri. I said, Kheri, I had this problem. I've missed the flight. He was shouting at me over the phone. He was shouting, yeah, you're not disciplined. And I said, I'm here, I've missed the flight to Poch. You need to be here tomorrow. Or tonight you need to be here. I had to pay for my own flight. Now I got the flight very late. And mind you, now when I get to the airport, I will need the transport to take me to Porchester. Hey, I said, let me phone Eddie Koza. Eddie Koza, surely he's going to Porchester to attend this, as is a boss. He didn't answer my call. I phoned the other guy that I used to coach his kids in Pretoria. I said, my man, I'll be arriving in Pretoria. I need a car. I'm going to Poch. He said, no problem, Mjekula. He said, okay, what I'll do, I'll go drop this car at the Gautrain station with the keys. I'll leave the keys, then I'll go home. Or else I'll ask the guy called Onke to drive with you. I said, okay, let me phone Onke. I phoned Onke. Onke said it's fine. So I got there at the Gautrain station. I drove with Onke to Poch. When I got there, it was very late, about 10 o'clock. The manager there at Varsity Cup was Rudy Beckenstock and Kheri Pinar. Rudy Beckenstock was shocked to see me there. So he asked me, how did you get here? I said, here's a car. I paid for my own flight. And he said, Kheri said, you're going to take a taxi from the airport. I said, I had no ways. I had to take a taxi, but managing. Luckily, there was someone who was willing to help me, because I was asking some guys that were there, umpires that arrived early, to go pick me up at the airport. And they were told by these managers, Kheri and Rudy, not to go and pick me up. I have to find my own way. So, luckily enough, I've made it there. First day, I said to this guy, Kheri, my mother, she's not feeling well. I'm expecting a call anytime. My phone rang, I went outside, I was talking to my family, and then I came back, and Khere was like, why were not in a meeting? Why were not in a meeting? Eh? I'm tired of your nonsense. I'm tired of your nonsense. This is not about you. And like, in front of everyone, I was so embarrassed. So I stayed down there to switch the lights and close the gate. I said, we could have finished this at the hotel. Hey, I was shaking. We got to the hotel. He said, yeah, we heard what to say to Shahid, that you are coming to the Bure camp here. We'll show you what the Bures do. And I was like, Shahid is the one who said that, you know, in Old Sorum. So I said, I never said that. He said, no, Shahid can't lie. Hey, I was like, I'm like, now, I'm asking myself, what type of a person is Shahid? Because now, well, everything that he said, he sort of, he wanted us to say something. Of which he didn't say something there in Old Sorum. Now, he's saying some things now. And Khair was like, we show you what the Bures do. Hey, he shouted me, and he said, why you didn't want to share a room with someone else in Old Sorum? I said, we arrived late there. And those guys came there before us. They already chose the rooms. And I said to those guys, this is going to be a problem. You guys have chosen the rooms. Those white guys said, I think it was Yanya Rasma, said, no, they won't have a problem. And that whole thing came to me. Why you arrive late? I said, I'm driving, excuse me, from King Williamstown, picking up someone in PE, you know? Why didn't you go with the guys that went to, I think they went to Neisner? I said, those 4 guys, they never even came to our room and said they're going somewhere else. That was their own discussion. We're never part of that. So I was like, all these things that this guy is talking about, there's nothing that I did. That was fine. Coming to the incident, let me just double check here. So, after the Varsity Cup, we went to the club champs. That was in Pretoria. So while we're sitting at the hotel, on our welcoming, we're talking to our manager, who is Shahid Vadvala. Shahid's words, I'll never forget about those words. They got me thinking. He said, you know what, we got our own way to deal with a problem, child. We will pick the feathers slowly until you can't fly. Those were the words that he said to me. I was wondering, what is this? What is he saying? But that got me thinking. At the closing ceremony, Mr. Edward Khoza was speaking. Eddie Khoza's words said, we rather lose one umpire instead of losing all of them. So now my mind was playing with me. This guy earlier, when we arrived, he said, we'll pick the feathers. Now Eddie Khoza is saying, we'd rather lose one umpire than losing the rest. So I said, this is directed to me. This is directed to me. That got me thinking. I said, we were sitting outside after this closing ceremony. I said to myself, I want to speak to Eddie, man. I went to Eddie, I said, what did you mean when you were saying you rather lose one empire? He said, there's a lot of stories I've been hearing about you. Lot of stories I've been hearing about you from Khere Pinar. I think now we've reached the point that we cannot take it anymore. I said, Eddie, I'm happy that you're saying that now. I think part of the leadership skills, you a leader here, you've heard stories from them, from Harry. Don't you think Harry's got something personal against me? So how about, did you give yourself a time that you hear the side of my story? There's always two sides of the story. Did you give yourself time to do that? No, Jokes, I'll take what is reported. I said, then this is victimizing, because this guy is fulfilling, he's got his own mission, you know? But it's fine if you guys are tired of my stories. And I'm telling you, I'll never keep quiet if something I don't like. Then if it's gonna get to a time that you guys have to get rid of me, that is fine. You see? There was an incident. After those tournaments, we wrote exam to become the professional umpires now. So to do the first class games. We wrote an exam. We all passed. I think there were 6 of us, if I'm not mistaken. We passed. I made my debut in Durban. I was doing a game with Murray Brown. I did this game with Murray Brown. Everything went smooth. So I checked my schedule. When is my next game? My next game was gonna be in Durban at Chatsworth. So I said, okay, I'm doing this game with Abdullah. He's a colored guy from Cape Town, I think. So few days later, I think it was a day before I traveled, I've changed, that appointment has been changed. I'm not doing a game now with Abdullah. I'm doing the game with Rudy Beckenstock. I said, how did this change? And Gerrie Pienaar is the guy who sits in the board and do all the appointments. Okay, it's fine. I got to the hotel in Durban. This guy was arriving late. I had to go and pick him up at the airport. I picked this guy up. Okay, we went to a game at Chatsworth. If you know Chatsworth over, it's humid in Durban. So our changing room was so small, and it was so hot, and it didn't smell good. So I said to this guy, my colleague, Rudy Beckenstock, Rudy, I know I sweat a lot. So what I'll do, most of the time, I'll sit outside during our breaks. So we will communicate whatever the overs and everything, then I'll go sit outside. I used to play for Western Province with Paul Adams. So next to there were 2 gazebos from a home team and away team, and there was 1 gazebo that was there. So I was sitting in that gazebo outside. So Paul Adams used to come and check to me, we'd share our stories from back in the days and all those things. So we had a guy who was shadowing there, an Indian guy. So this guy, Rudy Beckenstock, so I said to him, if there's 10 minutes before we go on the field, I said, I'll wait outside, you come out, I'll be waiting. So everything fine. We finished, okay, it was on the last day, we were playing, it was a 1-day game. So before the toss as umpires, we need to get the team sheet, the team list. Yeah? So we're ready for to toss. KZN team list is not with us. So I said to this guy, Rudy, Norman, I need to get the team list. Let me run quickly. And the coach was writing a team list. So I said, coach, hurry up, give me the team list before we toss. So I went to the coach. As I turned, the toss has taken place. I was in there. So I said to Rudy, I was holding this team list. I said, how do you know? How can you toss without having a team list, both team lists with you? Do you know what could happen? These guys can easily change the team because the toss is crucial. You know? So if these guys lose the toss, they can easily change someone. So, and he said to me, no, you don't know. You just started umpiring. there was a guy called Shezi Mtokozis. He said to me, Shezi is a coach now. I said, Shezi is not a coach, Shezi is playing. He said, no, you're lying. I said, look at the team list. You see, I just told you now. You're saying about Shezi is a coach. Shezi is playing. He's in a team list. Yeah, he's a team list. You know? That was fine. And all the time during the game, if something happens, he was running the show. You know, he was running the show. I remember Andre Malan, there was a call behind. None of them were stamping. He appealed for the stamping. And then on the bowler's end, I couldn't see it because I relied on the square leg umpire. So this guy complained. He said, how can you say? I said, I rely on the square leg umpire. Square leg umpire said to me, it's not out. You know? So I have to go with his word. So he went to Rudy Pegenstock talking Afrikaans. And I could pick up what they say. On what those guys were saying that Afrikaans, there was something that he's blind. That guy is blind. So this guy comes, Andre Malan was the captain, comes shouting at me. I said, you know what, my man, I'm not going to tolerate your attitude. Okay? You said not out, you need to get on with the game. After that, it was fine. But I see this guy now, every time he keeps on chatting to Andre Malan. That was fine. After the one-day game, I bought something. When I went to Gateway, I bought a T-shirt. That time I was there when I did my first game. So when I got home, this T-shirt it's torn. So I said, okay, yes, I'm going to Durban. Let me go and exchange this T-shirt on this trip. I came back. After I arrived at home on a Tuesday morning, I arrived on Monday, I received a call from Gerrit Pienaar shouting at me, what do you do in Durban? Yeah, you were sitting with a team with the Western Province. You didn't work with Rudy Beckenstock. You went out with a car. All those things, you were not behaving. Even at the doors, you were not there. I said, why are you shouting at me? You're old enough. First of all, why can't you ask me, excuse me, what happened in Durban? Then I will tell you the story. I'm not going to listen from you. We're tired of you. We're tired of you, and I'm tired of your nonsense. This is the last time. This guy was swearing at me over the phone. I said, you know what, Gerrit? This is my phone. I bought my phone. I'm going to drop this call. He said, don't you dare do that. Don't you dare hang up on me. I said, I'm going to drop. Because you cannot talk to me like that. You can never talk to me like that. He said, I'm coming in East London. I need a meeting with you. I said, where will you be in East London? He said, he will be at this hotel in the ICC. I said, okay, we'll have a meeting there. I went there. I went to this meeting, and this guy said, I'm not going to say much with you. If you don't change your attitude, this will be your last trip. I said, wow, what attitude are you talking about? Varsity Cup, you count all these instances. I said, in all these instances that you're counting, was there any time that I've got an opportunity to say the side of my story? We won't listen to you. I said, okay. I said, you know what, it's funny enough, I did the game in Durban with Mary Brown. A week later, I did the game with Rudy Beckenstock. So where is this change within a space of a week? How could I change like that? Because Mary Brown didn't have any problem. You can give Mary Brown a call. He phoned Mary Brown. I said, put the phone on speaker. He phoned Mary Brown. Mary Brown said, I never had a problem with Mjekula. Everything went well. He said, oh, thank you, Mary. He cut Mary Brown. So I said, phone Rudy now. And Rudy, you could hear over the phone, he's not making sense. He was never making sense. I said, you know what, Phil? You've changed that appointment. You knew that me and Abdullah will work together nicely. Now, you wanted someone who will fulfill your needs there in Durban. That is Rudy Beckenstock. You made sure you want to use him. He must report. He said, I will call even the guy that was shadowing. That guy is not part of the panel. We cannot involve that guy in this. So you had your plans with Rudy Beckenstock. Rudy Beckenstock that also have a problem with me. I wrote my level 3 umpiring exam in Pretoria 3 times. I wrote the first time, I failed. Wrote the second time, I passed. I've got 95%. At the day they were supposed to announce the results, Rudy Beckenstock, Kevin Lawrence was the invigilator. And during that exam, Kevin Lawrence never moved to anyone. He was standing next to me while I was writing. So they called me when I got to Supersport Park. They said, there's something we don't understand about your exam. How could you get 95%? I was like, why not? They said, no, you copied. I said, Kevin, you were standing right next to me. So did you see any piece of paper? He said, no, I didn't say anything. But that can't be true. They said that you don't have level 3. You need to write level 3 again. And I wrote my level 3 again. In each level 3, you need to write level 3 again. And I wrote my level 3 again. It was behind that Mjekula cannot pass level 3. So I said now to Geripina, you send Rudy Beckenstock, who's having his own agenda. Now, you guys, you made sure that Rudy Beckenstock got a problem with me. You also got a problem with me. So you'll send him there to do the game with me. That's why Rudy Beckenstock was never going to say anything positive about me. You see? Hey. Geripina said, I'm not going to listen to you. I said, okay, it's fine. And I wasn't happy. My heart was bleeding. I said, okay, it's cool. Geripina mentioned something about Lawrence Willemse. Lawrence Willemse was the president of Border Cricket. He said, even Lawrence is not happy about you. Why not? Lawrence is not happy. In our region here in Eastern Cape, I've managed to go to local radio stations, recruiting umpires, black umpires, because the problem in South Africa, they want transformation, they want black umpires, they few black umpires. I was going all around Eastern Cape, on radio stations, to invite guys to join umpiring. And I've managed to get 27 umpires to join. So I said to Gerry, is Lawrence telling you all the negatives? Why can't he say the positives? Because I'm helping him, I'm helping Border, because there's a scorecard. You guys are under pressure to get a female umpire, and I'm on a mission to get that. So all those things that I didn't hear you mentioning. I went to Umtata to train the guys there. And Lawrence Willemse wasn't happy for me going to train those guys. They didn't want to pay me for that. They were asking who sent me there and all those things, you know? And I said to her in a meeting for the umpires, you guys said, I'm going to train the umpires this side. No, I'm surprised when I'm going to train umpires in Umtata where I'll be getting some money for that. That now it's a problem. You know? He said, Lawrence Willemse is your mentor. I said, Lawrence Willemse is not my mentor. Lawrence Willemse is someone that will check whatever I'm doing and he will report to you because he's your mate. So you're using Lawrence Willemse to spy on me. Because if he was my mentor, he was supposed to talk to me and guide me. If I'm going the wrong direction, he was supposed to guide me. Every time I hear you talk about Lawrence Willemse, it's something negative that I did according to his eyes. You know? And it's the first time that I'm hearing that you say that Lawrence Willemse is my mentor. Now, You saying Lawrence Verenza is my mentor. I've never seen a mentor like that. You know? So I said to myself, oh, now he has put some people in places that will report for him. You know? I then went to Peter Marisbeck to do a provincial game. It was KZN Inland against Mpumalanga, doing the game with Kevin Lawrence. There's a boy called Ruan Pretorius, he bowled a no ball from our side, I called no ball. And then he was throwing tantrums. And Ruan Pretorius was playing, he was a small boy when I was his senior at KZN Inland. I know his attitude. I said, Ruan, we in charge of this game, yeah? If you're not happy with something, deal with it, or we can aggress after the game. And he showed attitude. I said, okay, I think you deserve level 1. I spoke to my colleague, Kevin Lawrence. I said, we need to call this guy after the game. Guess what happened? I'm sitting in our room now, waiting for Juan Pretorius to come in our room, which is coach. Excuse me. Kevin Lawrence left the room. He went, I said, I'm coming now downstairs. If you go at Marisbeck, the umpire's room is upstairs. I said, okay, let me go check. Where is Kevin? Kevin is talking to Juan behind this room. So I saw it, and he didn't see me. And he's saying to them, no, I will share that meeting. Don't listen to him. He's full of nonsense, Mjekula. He cannot treat the players like that. I was like, I went back to my room quickly, and I was sitting there. As soon as he gets there, Kevin Lawrence gets there, the one Pretorius followed. He said, Jukes, he called me Jukes, I'll share this meeting. I said, okay, you can share the meeting. He said, what took place? I said, this is the incident. We need to write down this guy must have a level 1 offense. He said, I don't think we can take that any further. I said, this guy cannot show that attitude to the umpire. He said, now this guy, Kevin, we cannot take that any further. He defended Juan. You know, I'm like, you're my colleague. And then what happened? He said, no, we cannot take things like that. I said, it's fine. I've got nothing personal against you, Juan. But you do that to someone else, you'll get punished. Meeting finished. Same Kevin Lawrence went down the stairs with Juan Pretorius. They were talking. Hey, I wasn't happy about this thing.
10 minutes. So...
Come again? I've got 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Less than that, in fact. Yeah.
So,
and I've got some few questions I want to put to you.
Okay, all right. The other incident that took place, it was 2019 World Cup, under 19. I was a liaison officer there. I'm standing at a Rosebank at the hotel there. I'm standing outside the hotel. Carl Hatter's driving. While I'm standing outside, Carl Hatter drove straight to me. I had to jump. So I was shocked. And then he didn't say anything to me. Shortly after that, he picked up, I think, Dennis Burns, this guy from England. So they were going to a game. At the dinner, Dennis Burns came to me and said, do you have a problem with Carl Hatter? I said, why are you saying that? He said, you cannot be trusted. He said all the bad things about you. I said, wow, I don't understand. And he drove to me. He almost bumped me earlier at the hotel. He said, yeah, I think that was one of those things, but he said all the bad things about me. I said, okay, I don't have a problem with him. I'm telling you, during that tournament, Sivumkungana was the manager. I was reported to him that in my hotel, I was having parties and everything that was coming from the security guys, that those security for the tournament. So they called me in a meeting. I said, you know what? If you're saying all this, there's a camera on the corridor at the hotel. There's cameras at the hotel. Go get the footage about all these things that you say. You know, they never come back with the footage. So I said to Sivu, the guy called Sean, I said to Sivu, these guys know Carl Heta and Heripina. They said, no, Sivu don't know, they're big mates. They're big mates. I said, okay, now I see where is this coming, you know? And to cut now my story short, as I said on my submission, that I am currently banned from cricket.
Yes.
Through Gerrie Pienaars and Lawrence Willemse. They used our own people here in East London. They bribed someone who was there writing at the exam to tell them that I gave them a copy of the memorandum when they were writing. We sat in the hearings at the DC where there's a guy from, I can't remember, this attorney's company. That I was expelled from the hearing. So they said they chased me out. Gerrie Pienaars was there to give evidence, and I said, Gerrie Pienaars, why are you guys saying that these guys had memorandum? They said they wrote English fluently on their papers. I said, are you the expert in English? Because for us, even back in the days, we used to install something in the head. So what you read is different when you are talking, you know? And out of the guys that were writing that exam, there's only one guy that said, I gave him a memorandum. It's Mandla Bones, the guy that they bribed. One of those guys is Mfuniseni Sam, came to me, said, Mjekula, I received a call from people at Buffalo Park, from the guy called Simphu Nzunzu, who's currently a president, saying to him, please, you must go against Mjekula at the hearing, saying that he gave you the memorandum. And I got a recording for that. I did record that chat between me and Mr. Sam. So Mr. Sam said to me, these guys, they want you out. And knowingly, they said before that there was a leak of the memorandum of level 3 exam in Kimberley. You know, and now that whole thing shifted from Kimberley, and they said it was me that gave those umpires the memorandum. We've tried, so there's all those guys were on my side. They are also banned.
Yeah.
And this guy,
I think we should hold it here now.
Okay.
Because the time has run out. I was going to be asking you in relation to that paragraph 15, where you say you are currently banned because someone was bribed by Mr. Pienaars, etc. Now you say you have got a recording of the conversation that alerted you that somebody had been bribed in order to implicate you. Did I get you correctly?
Mr. Come again, sir?
I thought you just said you have got a recording of that conversation where you got to know that Mr. Pienaars had bribed somebody to say that you had given them a script of the exam. Now, if you are able to, you must please let us have a transcript or that recording, because it is going to be important.
That recording was from Mr. Sam,
yes,
and he was phoned by Mr. Nzunzu, who is currently the president of Border Cricket. And this guy that was against me, that said that I gave him the memorandum, he was speaking to Mr. Nzunza, and Mr. Nzunza directed him to Mr. Pinar, and Mr. Pinar was the witness for border at that hearing. So the recording is between me and Mr. Sam, saying that he was phoned by Mr. Nzunzu to say that he must say that I gave them the memorandum, but I will send it to you, those recordings via email.
No, that will be useful.
Yes.
Mr. Mjekula, time is always the enemy of all of us, as I usually say here. There is never enough time, which is why when we have testimony, verbal testimony in support of an affidavit, it gives us a better picture, because we already have an affidavit which will help us when we consider your oral evidence, as well as looking into what your oral evidence is in support of what is in your affidavit. It's just that there are so many people who we have to listen to, but we have you now, and we only can thank you very much for having found the time and responded to our request for you to make a submission, as well as to attest to your affidavit, and we will take everything that you have given to us during this bio of testimony into account when we consider the mandate that we have been given by the board to investigate or to use for purposes of coming to an answer to the questions that we want to know about the nature of cricket in the last 30 years. So thank you very much for having come. For now, we are adjourning these proceedings, and thank you.
Okay, thank you guys from your side for your time and for the opportunity. And thank you very much, and God bless you.
Okay, excellent. Right. Mr. Prince, can we just adjourn we'll take a body break for about five minutes. I see you are there. Of course. Yes. Okay, thank you. This is Mr. Prince coming here. M long one. Are you sure?
Please unmute your mic, Mr. Prince. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Prince.
Good day, Advocate. Good day, everybody.
Thank you. You are coming across loudly and clearly. Very well. Well,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry for starting later than what we had said we would be the time for us to commence your. You know, these hearings, one hearing leads into the next, and so we lose a little bit of time. Thank you very much. Advocate Ngele is going to swear you in, and Mr. July is also going to take you through the paces. And yes, without much ado, Advocate Ngele.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Mr. Prince.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Are you going to be taking an oath or are you going to affirm?
Excuse me?
Will you be taking an oath or will you affirm?
You're just breaking up.
Yeah. What she means is that some other people don't take an oath. They don't say, I'll raise my hand and say, so help me God. They'll say, I affirm that I will talk the truth. So some people are religious, some people are non-religious. In that sense, they'll say, no, I'll affirm that everything I will be saying here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. And some other people feel that they want to take an oath and say, so help me God, or so help me Allah, and all of that. So that's why she's asking.
Advocate, no, I won't be taking an oath. I just want to share my story, my journey.
Yeah, but if you are not taking an oath, then you are going to affirm, and she's going to lead you how to do it.
Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Ashwell Prince, do you affirm that the evidence you will be giving today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so I affirm.
So I affirm.
Thank you very much. Then you've been sworn in as a participant in the SJN hearings.
Mr. July?
Yeah. Mr. Prince, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Sorry, my signal is a little intermittent at the moment.
Okay. You have sent a statement to the SJN project. In that statement, you firstly express your views about the SJN project, right? And then you also talk to the issues of contracting, the involvement of SACA thereof. You talk about the selection, and in particular, black people being left out on the starting 11. You talk about coaches and captains as well. You then talk about the involvement of SACA in the game, right? Then you talk about black and black African. And then you talk about the double standard in coaching positions and other career opportunities in CSA. And then you have your closing remarks.
Is that right, Mr. Prince?
Yeah, that was part of my initial submission. I have subsequently written to the Ombudsman to request that I speak off the cuff, that I have prepared new notes and that I'm allowed to speak from my notes.
Yes. Mr. Prince, yes, we have noted that. So you're not, you're not confined to this affidavit, but we will use it as a guide as well. We have also printed out the annexures that you sent today as well. So please feel free to speak as you had prepared, and to just start off with the introduction and background about yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, first of all, obviously, Ashwell Prince, born, bred in Port Elizabeth, Gqeberha, as we now know, 1977, and obviously that's the background of my life, basically, where I come from. So initially, my thoughts on the SJN project, as I shared in my original submission, was that when I first heard about it, it was about money and paying back, loss of earnings to people, etc., etc. When the news first broke, and I really wasn't interested in any of that. And so initially, I wasn't interested in sharing or coming on and expressing my views or in sharing in the project at all. Subsequently, I've been following a little bit, and I've been inspired by some of my former teammates. And so I decided that I wanted to share just my story, just my journey, and the things that I have seen in cricket in this country. So the reason I agreed to speak is because, sport, and in particular cricket, has given me everything that I have in life today. In terms of education, I've been educated through sport, through the game of cricket, and of course, whatever I have today is blessings from above and what I've earned through the game of cricket. So ultimately, I felt that I owed everything to the game of cricket, and so I want to come and speak to hopefully improve the game of cricket and the environment within cricket in South Africa. I want to start by saying that I believe every person is a product of the environment that shapes them. So the environment that they grow up in. I'm a firm believer in that. So if you have to ask me who is Ashwell Prince, what environment was I brought up in, did I grow up in? I want to make reference to some significant dates in the history of our country. 1948 is the year that my father was born, and also the year that apartheid was introduced into the country by the National Party. 1977 is the year I was born, and also the year that we had forced removals under the Group Areas Act in South Africa. So these are significant dates in the history of our country. 1958, sports organization, SASA, South African Sports Association. 1962, SANROC, South African Non-Racial Olympic Committee. And more significantly to my journey in sport, 1973, SACOS, South African Council on Sport. No normal sport in an abnormal society. So if I can just refer to the first annexure that I sent through on 1977. forced removals under the Group Areas Act, I just like to quote, "We make no apologies for the Group Areas Act and for its application. And if 600,000 Indians and Coloureds are affected by the implementation of the Act, we do not apologize for that either. I think the world must simply accept it. The Nationalist Party came to power in 1948 and it said it would implement residential segregation in South Africa. We put that act to the statute book, and as a result, we have in South Africa, out of the chaos which prevailed before we came to power, created order and established decent, separate residential areas for our people." Close quote. Senator P.Z. van Vieren, speaking in Parliament in 1977. This is from South African History Online. So, this is my background. This is the environment that shaped Ashwell Prince. I am my parents, my home in which I grew up in. We never ever spoke politics. I wasn't raised in a political home whatsoever. I was raised in a sporting home. And so politics didn't play any part of my upbringing whatsoever. My next quote I want to read from James Baldwin. "The paradox of education is precisely this, that as one begins to become conscious, one begins to examine the society in which he's being educated." As I said, growing up in segregated Port Elizabeth, politics was never a thing in my house. I was never ever spoken about. But when you are being educated by society, you learn and you become awake to what is going on around you. So, I grew up in SACOS, played all my sport under the banner of SACOS. No normal sport in an abnormal society. This is the environment that I was being shaped in as a sports person and as a human being in South Africa. What was it like playing sport under SACOS and in this environment? Well, as you know, we had no sponsorships, we had no resources, substandard facilities, all these things. Yet, year after year, season after season, we were exposed to sport at the high level, representing our provinces at age group level, whether that be at school level or indeed in club sport. We had organized school sport during weekdays, and we had organized school sport on weekends. People say that during apartheid years we were disadvantaged and underprivileged. Underprivileged, I will agree, because we didn't have finances, resources, all the things that I mentioned before, standards of or facilities. They were very poor. Disadvantage, I'd like to contest this. And how I like to contest this is that I grew up playing sport with and against Indian kids, black kids, colored kids, Muslim kids. So when you play sport and when you live in this environment where on a day-to-day basis you engage with these people, you understand a little bit about their culture, you understand when you come from school in the afternoon that the Muslim boys will be going to what they call madrasa, which is the Muslim school, to learn about their culture. When you share a dressing room with Indian people, when you share a dressing room with black people, you get to learn little bits about everybody's culture. And so this environment shapes you. You don't know everything about everybody, but you know a little bit about everybody. You get to learn more about other people rather than just your own kind or sort. So when people say we were underprivileged, I agree. When people say we were disadvantaged, I'd say compared to our white folk growing up, I think I had an advantage because I was exposed to different cultures. I was exposed to more cultures, whereas I think most likely youngster my age, white on the white side of life, would have been exposed to only that and knew very little about people on our side. So when I was a boy playing sport against all the different cultures, there was also a time where my father was just a league cricketer playing club cricket in Port Elizabeth. He was born in George, so he made his way to Port Elizabeth as a young guy looking for work. Joined the club. 1 or 2 seasons he played for United Cricket Club, which was a township cricket club. Made famous by the Mjekula family, Kaya Mjekula, who everybody will know as Gerald Mjekula, who's in fact Mongezi Mjekula. My father played sport on a weekend in the township with these people, and as a 9, 10-year-old, I would follow him to go and watch his matches. And, you know, you live in a society that teaches you something, but then you realize that actually, when it comes down to sport, color means absolutely nothing, because in the team that my father played in, the Mjekula brothers was definitely the star of the show, or the stars of the show. And he was just, you know, he was a decent club cricketer, but he's by no means the best player in the team. So as a 9, 10-year-old, I realized soon that, you know, skin color actually doesn't mean anything when it comes to sport. The best player in the team is not the whitest player or the fairest skin in sport. The best player is the player who can adapt to the situation, can adjust, can do the business on the day, regardless of who the opposition is or who you play against. And so I soon realized that, you know, growing up in sport, and these are the things that I saw on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on the soccer field, on the cricket field, that I could play against a team. We had a team in Port Elizabeth. They were called the Post Pirates. The black team from the township. You know, they would arrive 5 minutes before the game. You never think that the game is not going to happen, because you knew this is what they did. It was tough for them to get to the grounds. They got in a taxi, but they would fulfill the fixture, and they would all be dressed up and ready to play when it was time to play. And when they played, they played. And when they played, they beat you. And so, you know, sport taught me that color has got absolutely nothing to do with your ability and how you are able to harness that ability and go out and compete on a daily basis. So, this is the backdrop of my sporting education. This is the backdrop of my education. Under the banner of SACOS, our teachers used to be our coaches at school sport. Quite often they would be our coaches on the weekend as well, because they were involved in the club sport that we partook in. And these were good people, taught us good values, taught us well in school. And if I'm honest, I wouldn't replace the education for anything in the country that I had at the time, from the people that educated me. Then, as things started changing in the country, we had unity. In the early 90s, I remember some of our older club players. We were still juniors. I was still a junior. Some of the older guys would get invited to, after unity, get invited to some trials with Eastern Province. Some training sessions to see, you know, how good they are, or if they could make any of the teams. But in this transition period, you always had this feeling, because people never really got a real opportunity. I'm talking about those first generation people out of apartheid sport, out of SACOS sport, after unity. People never really got a fair opportunity. And the perception, and I say it is a perception because it certainly was not the reality. The perception was just that anything that comes from them is inferior. Anything that comes from SACOS is inferior. And you have to come and prove yourself to us. You have to come and prove that you can play this game. Whatever this game was, soccer, rugby, cricket, you have to come and prove to us, because we are playing the real sport and you guys are, well, we don't really know what you guys are doing on that side. So this is what I experienced at the time of unity in this country. Country became a democracy, and this is what we experienced. The tone and the statement that I read out before, exactly that is what you experienced on a day-to-day basis. So, I'm now approaching professional sport as an 18-year-old. One or two generations, well, probably one generation before me, never really been given an opportunity to show what they can do. Sadly. But I had my education firmly rooted on the ground in SACOS sport. And I was determined to prove that from my background, that people were good enough. I was determined to prove that all the oppressed people of this country, had it not been for legislation, had it not been for apartheid, had it not been for forced removals, had it not been for the situation of the day, that these people all, or most of them, who represented SACOS, because we used to have national tournaments for every season, whether that be winter, all the winter sports, in my case it was football, summer sports, in my case it was cricket. During the early part of the year we had athletics. In every sports code, you had a national team. I don't know how many people are aware of these things, but nonetheless, you had a national team. You competed at the national event and you got national colors. Unfortunately, these people were denied opportunities by the legislation of the land. And so when it was my turn, it was payback time. It was payback time for all the suffering, all the people who were denied opportunities. And I remember coming into professional sport, made my debut for the country. And soon after making my debut for the country, it was recorded that Ashwell Prince was forced into the national team because of quotas. I'd like to think that this was in 2002. I'd like to think that if I had schooled at Grey PE, if I had schooled at Bishops, if I had schooled at Rondebosch, if I had schooled at Grey Bloom, Sachs, St. Stithians, King Edward School, there might have been a different anticipation. There might have been a different, exactly that word, anticipation about this talent that people have been tracking since 13, 14, 15 years old, because everybody else who got into the national team, that was what it was like for them. For everybody who wasn't from that background, who wasn't from the traditional pipeline of sporting prodigies, anybody basically who wasn't white or schooled by a white institute was regarded as a quota player. So, coming into the national team, I made my international debut in 2002. This was shortly after, maybe a month or two after the Justin Ontong incident. I don't know how many of you are aware of the Justin Ontong debut for South Africa in Australia, against Australia. Apparently a white player was selected, Jacques Rudolph being the white player. Team was vetoed by the then president, and Justin Ontong made his debut. It was a disaster of an event, I would say, for both players, probably. Not probably, I'm sure. It was a disaster for both players, and I'm sure their careers could have been very different, would have been very different if it wasn't for that incident. Nonetheless, a month later, Australia was back in South Africa, and they had a tour match against the South African A team. This was a week before I made my debut for the country. In that match, and I got a scorecard, I think it might have been the last attachment. I've got a scorecard there for you. In that match, we played against a full-strength Australian team. Bowling attack consisting of Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie, Brett Lee, Shane Warne. I came into that game having had a major shoulder operation the season before, and I played 1 or 2 matches for Western Province. But I was a regular in the South African A side by then. I played my first match for the South African A side in 1997. This was now 2002. I must have been on about 5 or 6 tours for the South African A team. I represented the South African under-19 team on 2 tours in 95 and 96. In this particular match, I scored 92 versus Australia out of 190, which was reported by one of the renowned journalists in Cape Town at the time as innings of a lifetime, probably an innings worth 300 against arguably, well, not arguably, the best team in the world at the time, and arguably the second best team of all time in Test cricket. Yet the media in South Africa, and they have played their role all along, not just in the case of Ashwell Prince, but in the case of everything in cricket in South Africa. That is not right. The media saw fit that this was a quota selection, despite the fact that I played 5 or 6 years for the South African A side, despite the fact that this innings was probably the breakthrough and most important innings of my life. I'd say all throughout my career, this was probably the most important innings of my life. But because I wasn't from their system, you know, because they knew nothing about our system, it had to be a quota selection, because they can't fathom the fact that somebody from that background could do it. So I made my debut, or I got called up to the national team. I remember it was a last minute call from the convener of selectors, Rusty Majid, who called me the night before. The South African team had an injury. Justin Ontong incidentally injured himself, and I was flown up to Joburg on the eve of the test match. I arrived in Joburg after the team meeting had concluded, so I didn't make the team meeting. Gulam Raja, who was the manager, briefed me about proceedings the next morning. This was a time when after the Hansi Kroonier incident, there was no roommates. So I think this might have been one of the first tours where everybody had their own room. So there I was, kind of briefed by Mr. Raja what would happen in the morning, meeting times, etc. Go to your room, there's a box of clothes, you're all by yourself, and you know that was it really. So there was no welcome from the coach. There was no like, let's try and welcome this guy into this environment, make sure he's comfortable. There's none of that. Rushdie Majid selected me for the national team. And I know for a fact, the environment that existed in those days, that Rushdie Majid had to have had his boxing gloves off in that selection meeting, or to make sure that I'm given an opportunity, because there's no way anybody else would have wanted me in that team. Besides that, we carry on. So there I was, I'm now in the national team, and it was a lonely place. It was a lonely place. I think Makai and Tini has mentioned one or two things. I'm not going to, you know, I don't have any incidents particular of people name calling me or name shaming me. There's none of those things. The things that I'm sharing is what you felt in the environment. A person knows when a person is welcome, and you know when you're unwelcome. You can get a sense that people want you here or people don't want you here. And this is the reality of the day. You know, this is the reality of the day, that people just didn't want you. But I was the product and I was the hope. Nobody in SACOS cricket sport ever put any burdens on my shoulders. But in the back of my mind, it was always that I knew exactly who I was doing this for. Whatever it was going to take, the loneliness, the unwelcome feeling, the quotes, the whatever it was, wasn't going to stop me, because I had been inspired. I remember going to Port Elizabeth, watching Paul Adams as an 18-year-old make his debut for the country. I remember coming up against people like Roger Telemarcus, Henry Williams. These were people that I could relate to because they were from my neck of the woods, and they had been there and they had done it, and they had inspired me to believe that anybody from any background can come into this environment and do it. At the end of the day, it would be nice. Of course, it would be nice for people to back you, for people to embrace you. You saw it happening to other young players that were your age. You saw it happening to your peers. You saw these things every time a new player came in, if it was white, but it wasn't happening when the player wasn't white. So, but like I said, I was on a mission. For me, I always regarded my career as a war. And the war was that I would lose small battles in the war, but ultimately I'm going to be here for the duration, and I'm going to win the war. And that was my mindset. And I can tell you, and I can promise you that there were a lot of people from my background way more talented than me. Way more talented. And I'm not ashamed to say that. Some of my peers, some of them have left us recently. May their souls rest in peace. But they were brilliant talents. But if you want made of steel, there's no way you would survive that environment. Absolutely no way. And so, like I say, it was ups and downs, battles, losing 1 or 2 battles. I played 7 test matches. In my first test match, in my first innings in test cricket, we got a major hiding against Australia, but I scored the most runs in the first innings. The quota player scored the most runs in the first innings, 49, not a great figure. After the series, I'd made a couple of 40s. I thought I made a decent contribution. As young players do, as naive as I was in the day, you know, you relax, you think, and definitely I thought that I could play test cricket. I just proven myself against one of the best teams that ever played the game. And I was confident, and I felt that I can do this. As sport teaches all of us, 7 games in, I'd lost my place and I was dropped. And I was in the wilderness then. Drop again, all alone, because when you when you drop, then you know, when you're not in the team, then it's even worse, because now nobody pays attention to you. Let's see who's the new kid on the block, and everybody will jump onto the new kid on the block. Anyway, after 7 games, I was dropped. I was back playing provincial cricket, back playing in the SA side. And then in 2005, after some good performances for the SA side, also, I'll never forget what kind of earned me a recall to the national team. There was a group of players that was exceptional in the era that I played, and most times their selection was kind of a non-event. Unquestionable, they would be there. And then there was another group of players of us who were kind of next in line. If I can quote some names, it might not mean anything to you guys. You might not recall any of the names, but Neil McKenzie, Boeta Dipuna, Jacques Rudolph, and then there was a guy called Martin van Jaarsveld. And I'll never forget, I was in the squad in 2005, and Martin van Jaarsveld, these were the guys that I considered to be on a par with myself as players. If you go into history and you study our records, it's very difficult to always, you know, to differentiate between 4, 5, 6 players. Dale Benkenstein, I'll throw his name in there. And we were all on par. Our records were very similar, and dependent on form, if there were 5 players in the national team that was dead certain to be selected, there probably was always one place for the 6th batsman, 5th or 6th batsman, and there was about 5 or 6 of us going for that position, depending on who's in form. Martin van Jaarsveld, I'll never forget, I just recorded his highest score in Test cricket. I think it might have been 75 or something against England. And during that innings, during that Test match, the news broke that he's leaving South African cricket and he's signing a contract for one of the counties in England. At the time, I was in the squad, but I wasn't in the playing 11. And this was my next opportunity. I'd been playing for the South African A team, playing really well, playing for Province, playing really well. And I was back in the squad, and then he decided to make the move to England, and then that was my next opportunity into the team. So back 2005, I'm now back in the team. Prior to that, though, in 2003, in the same season that I was left out of the team, you know, people think that, people mention that, yeah, you guys only got into teams because you were quotas. I'd like to just quote here, because I got it written down. In 2003, in a domestic season that preceded the 2003 Cricket World Cup, it was a shortened season because the World Cup would start in January, February. So we had to get all the first-class matches out the way. I scored, I can't remember how many runs, at an average of 111 for the season. Average of 111 for the season. At the close of the season, there was a tour to Bangladesh and England at the end of that season. And I wasn't selected for the tour after averaging 111 for the season. You know, people think that because we were black, we were forced into teams. I averaged 150 or 111 for a season and I didn't make the tour party. I didn't expect to be in the starting 11. I expected to be on the tour party of 15, 16, however many players, at least after averaging 111 in the season. Nonetheless, I got my chance back in 2005. I played the first tests in Cape Town. I didn't get a chance to bat or bowl because it was a overwhelming victory. I was due to bat at number 6, I think. In the second test at Centurion Park, a week later, a guy called Mondi Zondeki took 9 wickets in the match, and I scored 139 runs in the match, and that was the end of that tour. And the next tour would be 3 weeks later in the West Indies. So now, 3 weeks after scoring 139 not out, which at the time was my first test 100, 3 weeks after Mondi Zondeki taking 9 wickets, 3 in the first innings and 6 in the second innings, and being man of the match. We arrive in the West Indies, and the team for the first test is selected, and pardon me, both of us are not selected. I remember Mondi and myself being flatmates because there wasn't any roommates. The accommodation we had was like a flat with different rooms. We were flatmates, and like we spent a bit of time. Well, we spent a lot of time together, just questioning. You know, how was it possible? How was it possible that you were man of the match? I scored 139 not out, and now in the next test match, 3 weeks later, we're not playing. But you see, just like when we were dropped, just like when these types of incidents happen, nobody asks any questions. First of all, there's no explanation from coach or captain or selection panel. There's no explanation. You're just not playing. And you're on the other side of the world. You know, there's no support, and you're just expected to, you know, get on with it. You must get on with it. People don't feel there's a need or a reason to give you a reason why you're not playing. Maybe people think we were in the West Indies, we're just there to have some fun, you know, enjoy the beaches or whatever the case may be. They'll be okay with that. Maybe that was the thinking, maybe not, we never know.
In your view, Mr. Prince, in your view, when that happened, what was your answer to the question that you asked, why are we left out? After you have performed very well, you are left out, you ask the questions, and you give yourself answers to the questions because there's no one who's explaining why you are left out. So what, in your view, what is it that made you to be left out, you and Zondeki? You know, it's very difficult to explain. I have played a lot of cricket. Even at that stage, I played a lot of cricket, and I understand cricket. And I understand that conditions change. You're in a different country. Coaches, selectors, captains might want different combinations. But I couldn't think of whether it ever happened to any other people of any other color. You know, especially not 2 white players being left out after performing like that. You know, it happened to me and Mondi. But it's like we were just expected to deal with it. You know, a lot of these things, a lot of the pain, a lot of the suffering, I don't think people understand. You know, I don't think people understand what players go through, especially over a period of 20 years. People don't understand what you go through, the suffering, the treatment, the different treatment. Most of what I'm wanting to express today is about different treatment, different strokes for different folks. Most of what I want to speak about is that. So
Monday night, we didn't play. That was it. We played later on in the tour.
Just before you leave that, it was clear to the two of you that there was no logic based on performance that could have explained why 3 weeks later, after you had performed excellently, man of the match, so many runs, but you were not selected, and you find yourself talking about this or remarking about it quite clearly. Surely, I know that you said when you started your testimony that color does not count. But didn't it strike you as a very strange coincidence that the two the two cricketers who are not white, who, if anything, had performed only 3 weeks ago, or 3 weeks before then, excellently in the manner in which you have just described? Didn't it strike you as strange? Didn't it strike you as mind-boggling what the criterion or criteria were that influenced the selection? I know that you didn't go and ask, hey, why are we not playing? But
yeah,
yes,
absolutely. I mean, it's, we definitely felt that if it was two white players, it would never happen. That's how we felt.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we after that, I think we carried on in West Indies. We both played. We both had some more success in the later part of the tour. I want to move on to something that happened in. I'm not 100% sure of the date, but we're talking around 2006, 2007 now. And I remember we playing a day-night match in Durban, and a fight broke up on the grass bank. A fight broke out on the grass bank just below the players' dressing room. Most of the people on the bank were Indians, and they started fighting. And some of the comments in the dressing room, it just, it astounded me. We're now talking about 2006, 2007, somewhere around there. I'm not 100% accurate. And some of the comments in the dressing room astounded me. There were remarks made about, I'm going to leave out the expletives. But if I can quote, typical effing charas can't behave themselves, drinking cheap liquor, etc., unquote. So, like, I was taken aback because my wife is Indian, my in-laws are all Indian. We had one of the greatest managers in the world of cricket, somebody that we hugely respected in Ghulam Raja, that would have been in and around the dressing room, or would have been in the dressing room. We had young players, Hashim Amla, these type of guys who were making their way into the national team. Maybe they weren't in the team at the time. But for people to kind of use these types of terminology within the dressing room and think that it was okay, it astounded me. So anyway, I mean, I was by no means an established player in the team at the time. And the next day or next team meeting before the next match, I remember the coach saying, is there anything else after the meeting or whatever? And I stood up and I said, guys, yes, I have something to say, man. I said, this is a national team representing all the people in the country, and some of the language that I heard the other night, you know, being thrown around, the comments related to the Indian people, surely we can't use this language in our dressing room, you know, when we're referring to our fellow South Africans. And I think, you know, everyone was taken aback by the situation. Who's this guy? He's just coming to the team here the other day. You want to come and, you know, people didn't respond like that. But this is the kind of sense that you got. I come and tell us how to behave in this team. But, you know, people, the mere fact that people felt it was okay to say these types of things in the dressing room, it was, you know, I couldn't believe it. So that's another incident that I remember, not so fondly, about our environment. Then I want to move on to 2007 Cricket World Cup in Australia. And there's one or two people obviously has been on before me who mentioned about the 2007 World Cup and incidents that happened to them. And I don't want to, you know, bring up any other of those incidents. I think those people have brought their points and incidents across, and the Ombud and the panel's got good account of that. What I want to mention is the aftermath of the World Cup. We've now returned home. We had a bit of a disaster in the World Cup. One or two incidents happened. You know, one or two matches we lost that we were expected to win. And ultimately in the semi-final, we were absolutely blown away by Australia. I think we were 70 for 6. Before the game even started, it was over. You know, that's how bad we were. We batted first. They blew us away. Again, the bowling lineup, Glenn McGrath, all those guys, Brett Lee, Shane Warne, etc. I'm not sure if Warne was there, actually, might have been retired by then. You know, star-studded Australian team. They won 3 World Cups in a row. Just one of the best teams that the world of cricket had ever seen. Had blown us away, absolutely blown us away. And they were just a better team, period. So we come back to South Africa. CSA felt that they needed to have an inquiry about this World Cup. And they basically, we used to stay in a Crown Plaza Hotel quite often in Joburg. I think on Rivonia Road. I'm not too familiar with the roads. I think it's Rivonia Road, but I'll never forget the hotel because we stayed there quite often. 4 walls, doors locked up behind us, and the only people inside the room were the players on was on tour at the World Cup, the officials, or rather the team management, and 1 or 2 senior officials from CSA. I think there might have been some young players who was kind of identified young players to come into the national team post that World Cup. So some younger players were invited as well. So players, team management, and 2 or 3 senior officials from CSA. And basically CSA wanted to unpack this World Cup, what went wrong, etc., etc., etc. Ask the questions, and there's silence in the room. After the silence, one of the players break out and mustered up a bit of confidence to come out and say, the problem that we have is the quota system. There's quotas in the team. And then 1 or 2 others gain a little bit more confidence because one person is brave enough to come out and say that. And others think that, yeah, I think that's the problem. Let's latch on to that. Quotas, that's the problem. That's the problem in our cricket. You know, so basically the black players, the colored players, the Indian players, the non-white players, they are the problem in our cricket. So then people talk, 5 or 6 people say the same thing. The rest of us is just sitting and listening. And then Makai Antini said something, Ashwell Gibbs said something. And then I had reached a point where at this stage, I didn't care if I ever played another game for the country or not. But today I'm going to have my say. And I just said, guys, we're 70 for 6. Absolutely blown away by Australia. Stumps everywhere. Some of the people that we regard as legends in our game, you know, blown away by a superior team. If people had just said that, you know, and owned up that we were not good enough on the day, that a better team had beaten us, I think we all could have left that room and no dramas. Instead, people felt that, you know, I'm talking here about the people holding the end of the bat. Jacques Cullis, Graham Smith, A.B. de Villiers, Mark Boucher, myself included, and I scored a duck on the day. And, you know, I got to the crease in a certain situation, I think about 25 or 26 for 3. This was like the kind of role that I played in the national team at the time was when there's a disaster or when the team is in trouble, you know, this is kind of my role that I embraced. And I can honestly say that on the day, the nerves got the better of me. I think Glenn McGrath bowled me the worst ball that he ever bowled in his life. And I chased it and I got a duck and I got a nick on the day. And the nerves overcome you and you're just not good enough on the day. And I'm man enough to admit that today, that on the day, I wasn't good enough. But for people with that kind of caliber, you know, to come and insinuate that the reason we lost was because of quotas, who else must bat? If not Cullis and Gibbs and Smith and de Villiers, and who else was supposed to bat? Because that's the people who batted. How can we now say that it's quotas? I mean, these are the best players that have represented the country, and at that time as well. You know, so I was at the point that, guys, if it's me that wasn't supposed to play, then tell me. Then say, be brave enough to look me in the face now and tell me you're not supposed to be playing. You're not supposed to be on this tour or World Cup, whatever the case may be. But don't come and say, quota system in the air, that's the problem. Who's the problem? Needless to say that nobody was brave enough to say who doesn't deserve to be there, who shouldn't be there. Because that's how it was. When things went wrong, it was the quotas players' fault. The black and the colored and the Indian players' fault. And when things went right, wow, we know what the heroes. But when things went wrong, it was the system. Always the system. At the same time, there was a major exodus in South African cricket. You know, a lot of white people going across to England or other parts of the world and furthering their careers there. And the same thing, we're leaving South Africa because of quotas. We're leaving because there's no place for white people in the game in cricket. Well, to be brutally honest, some of the people that left, you have never known of them because they were rubbish. You will never hear of them because they were rubbish. That's the fact. But it was convenient to go around the world and tell the world, are we leaving because of quotas this, black players that, colored players this, Indian players that. And with respect, not all of them were rubbish. Of course, we know of the people who've gone on and represented other countries with great success. But for every 19, 20-year-old to leave the country and go and say on the other side of the world, oh yeah, the black people, they don't deserve to play, or they don't even know how to play the game. Colored people, they take in our places. You know, I was to the point where I'm not having any of this, and I'm going to say my say. You know, and absolutely I can remember thinking to myself, if I don't ever play for this team again, I don't care, because that was not a team. As long as I played for that national team, was never ever a team. Because that's the environment that we played in. We were never one. Never. So,
Mr. Prince, what was then the outcome? Firstly, I wanted to ask you a question. I think you have answered it. This question about quota. It was just an allegation, and there was no specific issues that were raised with quotas. That's one. The second one was, What was the outcome of that meeting then? CSA wanted to know why they failed. Do you know what was the outcome?
I cannot say with any certainty what CSA left that meeting with, but I can tell you what happened in the aftermath of that meeting.
Yeah.
In the aftermath of that meeting, someone went from without those from inside those four walls and saw fit to go to the Report newspaper, because in that meeting, Mackay Ntini, Herschel Gibbs, and Ashwell Prince, because we believe that we deserve to be in that team, because we believe that we are prepared to go toe-to-toe with any player of any color to prove our worth to play for this national team. That's what we believe. And we stood up and said, well, if you think that we are only here because of quotas, if you think the team lost because of quotas, then maybe we should scrap the quota system or whatever system there was in place at the time. Maybe it must be scrapped, because we were firm believers that we deserve to be in the team. Whether it was test match cricket, one-day cricket, whatever cricket was played at the time, we trusted our ability and we believed that we needed to be in the team. We believed that we were better than some white players. Not all. Some of them were great. Some of them are the greats that ever played the game. But we believe that we deserve to be in the team. And if anybody didn't think so, we wanted people to tell us to our face. So then somebody saw fit to go out of that meeting to a reporter in the Rapport newspaper, the Afrikaans Sunday paper.
Yes.
I don't have a clip. I don't have a clip of it. Unfortunately, I couldn't track it. And the headline said, Ntini, Gibbs, and Prince says quotas must be scrapped. Basically translated. I'm translating into English for you guys. Right? So this narrative was music to people's ears, music to white people's ears. Maybe music to the white players in the room who sat in the room. Maybe it was music to their ears as well, because it would be an opportunity to pick only white players if they wanted to do whatever they could do, because the black players are nogal saying that quotas must be scrapped. So they ran off to the newspaper. Somebody ran off to the newspaper. Until today, we still don't know who that was. Okay? The next tour comes along, and after this incident, at the time I was the president of SACA, which is the Players Association. I contacted Tony Irish, who was the CEO of SACA, or chairman, or whatever the case may be, the head of SACA. And I contacted him and I said, Tony, I'm resigning from SACA. He wanted to know why. I said, I cannot be representing people who is running from behind closed doors to an Afrikaans newspaper to go and push a narrative in the media that suits white people and that want to drive that narrative by using the black player's name in the team. Ntini, Gibbs, and Prince are saying these things. So I said to him, I feel betrayed, because somebody from out of that room went and drove this narrative in the paper. And the biggest problem that I have today still is that SACA, the Players Association, and the captain at the time, up until today, did not flinch 1 inch to try and find out who leaked that information. Not 1 inch. I don't know why. You can make up your own conclusion and assumptions why they didn't want to get to the bottom of it. But until today, nobody was interested in getting to the bottom of who leaked that information. If I was the captain of that team, I'd want to know. I'd want to know who went from within that confined space and go and speak to the media. I would have wanted to know that. But nobody did.
Did they, apart from not investigating the leak, did they correct the narrative? Because as I understand, there was a context in which you said what you said. Did they try to correct that narrative?
In say report.
As far as I recall, I can't think so. No, I don't think so.
Mr. Prince? During the meeting, you said there were about 2 or 3 CSA senior officials who were present at the meeting. When they heard some of the white players saying, you know, sort of scapegoating or blaming the quota system for the loss against Australia, you said, did those senior officials from CSA correct that, or did they make any comments about that?
Honestly, I can't recall. I can't recall all of the reactions. I can only assume that, because I know for a fact that Advocate Norman Arons, who was the president at the time, he couldn't attend the meeting, and the vice president had to attend. At the moment, I can't recall who was the vice president. I think it was a gentleman from Natal, KZN. I think Indian gentleman, his name escapes my mind at the moment. I can't remember. But I'm only assuming that they had to report back to the president and the board what had been found in the meeting. You know, so I can't recall the contribution from the senior CSA officials.
Okay, no problem. So what were the results of that meeting then? Besides, you know, obviously, you know, what came out in the report.
Well, the result from my point of view was that I had now resigned. I told Tony why I resigned. Tony made me change my statement. He didn't want me to say publicly in the media that that I'm resigning because of mistrust or that I felt betrayed. As the head of SACA, he didn't want, maybe he didn't want people to think, you know, why haven't SACA dealt with the issue or dealt with it differently or whatever, but he didn't want me to say that. In the end, it was just a case that, so it's a statement that Ashwell Prince has resigned as the president of SACA. So it's now the end of the 2007 World Cup. You're playing for your national team. You're supposed to be living your dream. It was anything but a dream. It was an absolute nightmare. You know, for me, the way I played cricket was to give every inch for my teammates, and I certainly didn't feel it the other way around. You know, when people can just come back and say, it's, you know, it's the fault of the quota players. You know, it's like, really? Okay. You know, in SACA sport, we were brought up as, you know, I was brought up on, we win together, we lose together, guys. Whatever happens, we stick together. Well, that was definitely not the case. So, at the end of that meeting, after the Sunday headline, I got some communication from Advocate Arons, who was the president at the time, and he was, you know, excuse me, he wasn't present, so he didn't understand the context of what was said, but nonetheless, you know, the conversation between him and I was quite heated, and I will make some comments later on about transformation and about the quota system and my beliefs about that when I deal with my views on transformation. But at the time, he texted me and said, you know, the context of the message was, you know, how can you do this? How can you go public and say that quotas must be scrapped? You know, people have fought for you to have opportunity in life. Now you want to kill opportunity for others. And I agree with him 100% that people have fought and died and sacrificed for the oppressed people of this country to have opportunities. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So I'll not dispute that. But what I don't agree with, and sometimes what people in higher authority, when I talk about higher authority, I'm talking about government, I'm talking about senior officials at CSA. Sometimes when people think that, you know, they contributed in creating a path for you, that's where all the credit should go. And my response to Advocate Arnse was simply this. And I said, you know, Advocate, we know each other for a long time. I have great respect for you. But you're an advocate. You studied for years and applied yourself for years to achieve your qualification, to be what you are today. And you are respected for that because you've earned it through your hard work. So please, this is what people need to understand. That when black players have sacrificed, when black players have had to take taxis to get to a certain point and then walked another few kilometers to get to wherever the cricket facilities are, St. George's Park in Port Elizabeth, Newlands in Cape Town, Wanderers in Joburg, etc., etc. When we've made our sacrifices, when we've suffered for years and years, when we have gone through all the sweat, don't relegate our achievements, don't relegate our suffering, don't relegate our hard work and dedication to quotas. Can we have a little bit of respect for what we have done as players? Because you see, the thing about selection, this is the thing about selection. I'm a firm believer that, yes, we needed people in positions of power to bring about change, to create change, to go into a selection meeting and to fight for us. But this is the thing. For anybody, for Rushdie Majid to go into a selection meeting, he needs ammunition. That ammunition needs to be provided by a player. No selector can go into a selection meeting and go and make a case, put up a fight for a player if he's not been provided with ammunition. And Paul Adams, Herschel Gibbs, Makai Antini, Roger Telemarcus, Henry Williams, Omar Henry, these people through their performances provided ammunition for their selection. Ashwell Prince provided ammunition for his selection. Don't come and tell me that we were only selected because of quotas. Okay? So we have suffered. We have suffered and we have been left out when we felt we should be selected. But we have suffered. Don't relegate that suffering. Don't relegate that suffering. This was my message. Because when you, as a person, you see, what people don't understand is, when I was 18 years old, I had to make a choice. My peers, my classmates from school, they go into university and they're going to go and create a life for them through education. As an 18-year-old, I decided that I'm going to create a life for me through this sport. Dedicated, took risk, took major risk. Because sport, you can fail and you cannot see it through. And in 3-4 years' time, you can be on the sidewalk. Not when we have provided selectors with ammunition to say, this guy deserves an opportunity.
Yeah.
Because he has done X, Y, Z, A, B, C, whatever the case may be. And we have risked. We have risked because my peers from school, they are now educated and they have the education and they have their jobs. But me, I decided to go a different route with no generational wealth to back me up if it fails. Nothing. There's nothing behind to back me up if it fails. If it fails, that's it for you, pal. Tickets. Right? So this is the route that I've taken. Please respect that. We're not saying as players that there aren't people in high places that's not looking out for us. We acknowledge that and we appreciate that. But that's not the only reason why we were selected to represent this country. Anyway, we continue on to 2000.
I assume then you got to an understanding with Advocate Arendse once you put it that way to him, or it was unresolved.
I think we had reached an understanding.
Yes.
I think Advocate Arendse understood that when he went for his graduation and he was all dressed up and he received these qualifications, that he had worked for it. And I assume that the outcome of our conversation is that he understands that we as players have sacrificed for our selection to the national team. And you know, I don't want to compare the two, but as players, we want to know that we earned the right to represent our country. We earned the right to represent our country. So, I'd like to carry on and refer to some selection policies within Cricket South Africa. In 2008, well, by the way, as I predicted at the end of 2007, I'll probably never play for the country again. I never played another one-day international. I never played another one-day cricket for our country. And, you know, I don't have a great one-day career. So if it was because I didn't have a great career, then so be it. Maybe it was for other reasons, but I never played another one-day game for our country. However, in test matches, I was doing slightly better. I was doing better than most. So in 2008 now, this is after I'm now basically enemy number one within the team camp because I challenged people on their views of the World Cup, because I resigned as the chairman of, or the president of SACA, because I didn't trust people. Basically, it was like a ticking time bomb. You know, it's like they couldn't leave me out of Test cricket because I was doing really well. I think before the World Cup, before the Cricket World Cup, 2005, 6, 7, around there, I was Test Player of the Year. So they couldn't really leave me out of that because I was performing really well. Then in 2008, we toured Australia, and I broke my thumb. On the eve of the first test match in Australia, a ball crashed into my finger, smashed my thumb, and I couldn't play the first test. Well, I couldn't play any of that test series. In that test series, I was replaced by JP Dumini, who who took to Test cricket like a duck to water. He smashed 50 not out on his Test debut, and then he smashed 160 something in the second Test. South Africa won the first and the second Test, and we had won in Australia for the first time. JP Dumisa had played a significant part to our success on that tour. But this series against Australia it was a back-to-back series, so we played them away, and then the next series they would return and come back to South Africa. And at the time, we had a selection policy in the team. I put in inverted commas, a selection policy, because I would like to refer to an incident in January 2008. He was a spin bowler for the national team at the time, injured himself in January 2008. February 2008, on a tour to Bangladesh, Robin Peterson, who was a spin bowler, who was a replacement for Paul Harris, takes 5 for 33 and bowls us to victory. In the next Test match in India, the first Test, Paul Harris is now fit and returns to the starting 11 because we had a selection policy that the incumbent, should the incumbent player be injured, when he regains his fitness, he regains his place in the team. So despite the fact that Robin Peterson had claimed 5 for 33 to win the match for us against Bangladesh, Paul Harris replaced him in the next Test match because the incumbent regains his place. So now we have a predicament. We've gone to Australia, my thumb got smashed up, JP hit Test cricket took it by storm. Now we have a predicament. We're back in South Africa, my thumb is healed, and according to this selection policy, the incumbent should be reinstated into the team. I put selection policy in inverted commas because till this day, I don't know if it is a policy. I don't know if this is still something that applies to selection at the moment within CSA, but Paul Harris was reinstated into the team, and now a year later, or it might have been even in late 2008, early 2009 now, the same thing now happened to me, and I must be reinstated into the team if this policy is in fact a policy. Well, as things turned out, I wasn't reinstated into the team. So I came onto this platform, and it is not my intention to name and shame people, and as far as I can, I don't want to mention any names, but seeing that former teammate Mr. A.B. de Villiers mentions in his book, his autobiography, about an incident that happened, I'd like to give my version of the story about the incident. So anyway, the first Test in South Africa of the return series, I'm not selected. Second Test, I'm not selected, obviously. And now for the third Test match, I am selected, but there is a provincial match, or what do they call it, a franchise cricket match before the first Test match. Before the third Test match. Prior to the first Test match, A.B. de Villiers goes into the media and says that someone must have asked him if he would be interested in taking the gloves as wicketkeeper. Possibly that is the only way that Ashwell Prince can return to the starting 11, which meant that ultimately, you know, because JP Dumisa had done so well, it was a really tough decision for selectors to now leave JP out. Some people felt within cricket, maybe within the media, that the only way for the injured incumbent to return to the team would be for AB de Villiers, who had been a wicketkeeper before for the national team, who had also been a wicketkeeper for the Titans, take the gloves as wicketkeeper, which would mean that Mark Boucher would be replaced. That would have been the only solution for Ashwell Prince to return to the team. De Villiers came out and said, I don't want to be a wicketkeeper, I've got back problems, and I want to concentrate on being the best batsman in the world. This is as far as I can recall from his statement. So as you would have it, before the third test, the Titans are playing against the Warriors at Centurion. And this is before the third test match. So AB de Villiers claims in his book that we had an argument during the match because he was seen to have taken my position in the batting lineup, which was number 5, and I was unhappy about the fact that he had taken my batting position in the team. To be honest, I don't think there was ever a contest between who bats where, or if AB bats before me. You know, AB was a world-class player. He was probably the best in the world at the time. And, you know, why would I be upset about a change in the batting order? You know, I didn't read this article or I didn't read this book, so somebody forwarded this to me and said, wow, I didn't know there was beef between you guys, etc., etc. I said, please send me the article, let me read it, or send me the passage in the book, let me read it. And it insinuated that I was upset about not batting number 5 and that I would have to bat number 6. I actually can't, I don't know, but that's what it said. So, if I am allowed to give my version of the story, in this particular match, Titans versus Warriors, the national selectors had asked me to be the opening batsman, because in the third test match, I would play as an opening batsman, albeit that I wasn't the regular opening batsman. My position was either number 5 or number 6 in the national team. This is where I played most of my cricket. But there had been an injury at number 1 and number 2. In fact, both number 1 and number 2 was injured. And so, well, one was injured, one was dropped, so they wanted me to open in the third test match. So I had to open in this match against the Titans. I think the scorecard will be there in one of the documents there. It is Titans versus Warriors at Centurion. If you can locate it, it's not important if you can locate it or not. So I batted first, and I can't remember how many overs into the match, about 20 overs into the match or so. Paul Harris came on to bowl. Paul Harris was a national player as well as AB de Villiers, as well as myself. Paul Harris came on to bowl, and in his first over, I smashed him. In his second over, I smashed him again. I don't know, a couple of sixes. And he started mouthing off at me, using some expletives. And for those who know me in cricket, I was a fiery character, and I would always defend myself. And I decided to defend myself. So he bowled again, I smashed him again. It all kicked off. And then, because they were the fielding team, I was batting. I was batting with a young guy called John Smuts. He was very young at the time, so I wouldn't want him to get dragged into a situation like that. In fact, it had nothing to do with him. So basically, we had 4 or 5 Titans come in and sort of, you know, trying to intimidate me and having lots of words at the end of every over. It soon broke out to the usual, where one of the players, and there were 3 players in particular, who had words to say. That was Harris, AB, and I was having words back at him, So they basically ganged up against me, and inevitably it comes down to the same thing. Back in 2002, you didn't deserve to play for the national team. You were only selected for the national team because of quotas, wada, etc. Same old, same old. So I responded when Jacques Rudolph was isolated I was standing at the non-striker's end. He was in a fielding position very close to me. And I responded by saying to him, you know what? I'm really glad we're having this fight on here today. Because as players of color, as black players in this country, this is what we've always assumed you guys think of us. This is what we always assume, that when you guys have your braais, this is what you talk about. Now that we are on opposite teams and it's kicking off in the middle, I'm really happy that I now know who sits next to me in the national team. So we always suspected that, but now that I know, that's cool. Now we know where we stand with each other. So as you can imagine, the levels in that match was intense. It was really intense. AB de Villiers then came into bat after our turn, or I can't remember if it was during my turn of while I was batting. But during that conversation, I said to him, AB, you came out and made a statement about the only reason you didn't want to keep wicket, or the reasons why you don't want to keep wicket, is because you got back problems, you want to be the best batsman in the world. And I just said to him, between you and I, we know why you don't want to keep wicket. Because if you keep wicket, that means Mark Boucher must be dropped, and he was protecting Mark Boucher. In my opinion, he was protecting Mark Boucher's place in the team. I just want to say that I wasn't a very good batsman, or I was okay. I was holding up my end. But at the time, when it was so easy for whoever it be, selectors or team management, at the time of leaving me out, not selecting me for those 2 matches, I was number 9 ranked batsman in the world in Test cricket. So whatever people think, quota selection, whatever people want to think didn't deserve to be there or don't deserve to be there, I was number 9 ranked batsman in the world. And whoever was part of the team management or selection felt that I don't deserve to be back in the team, so they're going to go with this team selection. AB doesn't want to keep wicket. And of course, tempers frayed in the match, a lot of words, a lot of back and forth exchanges. And, you know, it was heated. It was heated out there. So the next thing...
Mr. Prince, I think you are being modest. Can we go to that page? The one that you referred us to. You remember that second page? Titans and Warriors?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you just explain, put it on record, what was your run, what were your runs there?
In that match?
Yeah.
In that match, I scored 254.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying you are being modest when you say you were just a batsman, you were ordinary. You were not. Because this is not ordinary. Okay. So this match was ugly. The next weekend, you know, we would all be representing the country. So now, the match concluded. I arrived in Cape Town in the team dressing room. I put my bag down, and there was a guy called Jeremy Snape, who was he was like a psychologist, you know, part of the management team. And as soon as I put my bag down in the change room in Newlands, he comes straight to me, and I'll never forget his words. Like, starts attacking me. Why are you always behaving like this? You
you should use your aggression and channel it in the right direction. And again, like, we were teammates, supposedly national teammates. By the time I arrived in Cape Town, some people, these big dogs, have obviously had contact with team management. They felt that they had to go and spin a story to team management, and that I was the reason why all these things started in this match. So, you know, I was taken aback. Here's this guy, team management. I put my bag down. He comes straight to me and like, what's your problem? Why are you always causing this trouble? Why are you doing this and doing that? And you should channel your aggression in the right direction. So I just said to him, listen, you have not given me 1 minute of an opportunity to give my version of the story. You have heard or listened and heard what other people have had to say, and you have just decided. That's what transpired. So I'm the problem. So because you don't want to listen to me, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. You're not prepared to listen to me and hear my version of the story, because these guys have come to you and said, this is what happened. I put my bag down, and the first thing you can do is attack me. So I didn't want anything to do with that. Anyway, now a few days later, the test match starts. I had to go and bat in an unfamiliar position of opening batsman. I scored 150 in the match as an opening batsman. My wife will never forgive me, because I raised my bat first to my family that was in the crowd. My mother, my father was there. I think my brother was there as well. And then I raised my bat to the wives' box and family suite. It was on the other end of the ground, opposite end to the change room. You know, I raised my bat to my wife and my son. And then lastly, and reluctantly, I raised my bat to my teammates. Because if I really had a choice, I wouldn't raise my bat to them, because they weren't my team. We weren't a team. That's how I felt. So, again, I say, you think you're playing for your country, you live in your dream. It's no dream. It was no dream. But like I said, right from the outset, for me it was a war. And the war was to win for the oppressed people. That was the war. I couldn't care if people respected me as my teammates. I couldn't care if people didn't want to play with me. I was batting a war to represent the oppressed people of this country, to prove what we can do, to prove what we are capable of, with whatever obstacles was in the way. That's how I played the game. You know, but as far as team, there was no team. There's no team. That was 2009. In 2011 was the last year of my test career. Gary Kirsten took over as coach of the national team in 2011. We were invited as a team to a golf estate in the Western Cape, Arabella Golf Estate. We went there on a team building, you know, what do they call these things? You know, team culture building. We're going to build team culture. So, I beg your pardon. So, in one of these sittings, like, we'd do some fun things, and in between all the fun things, we'd have some sittings, and obviously Gary wanted to instill these values into the team, etc., etc. In one of these sittings, you know, in trying to establish or create this team culture, Gary brought on another person whose involvement with the team was like either psychology or life coach in Paddy Upton. And it was Paddy's responsibility to lead these sessions. And so they wanted some topics. They wanted some topics for us to discuss, and they wanted us to be open and honest, because we needed to be open and honest. If we were going to be a team, we needed to be open and honest with each other. We should feel comfortable to talk about anything and everything within our country, within our team. So Robin Peterson, who was part of the team at the time, he suggested, can we talk about the history of our country? Can we talk about apartheid, 1948? Can we talk about forced removals, Group Areas Act, 1977? Can we talk about these things? Can we try and dig into how it affected our lives? Can we try and establish what impact it had on our parents, the generation before them, ourselves, the generation after that, the generations now who still live in those? Obviously, we couldn't speak in 2011 about now, but this is what one of the non-white players wanted to talk about, and it was shut down. Immediately, it was shut down. It's like, no, we can't talk about that. We don't think that should be discussed in this environment. So of course we didn't have the discussion. We didn't talk about how, and again, I have to say that my home, my parents, they didn't school me in politics. They never spoke about politics. I was never raised to have any sort of ill feeling, let me use those words, ill feeling towards white people. This was the environment, this is the environment that you were born into. My parents were working class people. They worked hard to give us education, to put food on the table, to create a life for us. I was youngest of three, third born. When I was born, my parents didn't have a house, but they never schooled us in politics. So, whatever I have learned is through what life has taught me. What I've decided, because I want to know, I want to read about this, let me read about that. And so I came across this statement that was read out in Parliament in 1977. And I was astounded. We make no apologies for the Group Areas Act and the application of it. And if 600,000 Indians and Coloureds already, black people were already living in worse conditions. But if 600,000 Indians and Coloureds are affected by it, and the implementation of the Group Areas Act, we make no apology for that. I want to read a quote. I'm not sure if I've read this quote. James Baldwin. The paradox of education is precisely this, that as one begins to become conscious, one begins to examine the society in which he is being educated. So I became conscious at a certain age of my life, and I started asking questions about the society that we live in, and wanted to know why. Because in our history books at school, we weren't taught these things. These things weren't taught to us in our history books. So if I want to know about the history of my country, I got to go and read for myself, and this is what I came across. But here we were, supposedly a team. People didn't want to know about this. People didn't want to know about I was exposed to this when I moved to Cape Town. I grew up in PE. I moved to Western Province as a 19-year-old, 20-year-old. I was exposed one day about, and I was invited to somebody's house, and for a dinner after coaching at a club in one of the townships in Heideveld, Kale Township in Cape Town, Heideveld. After the coaching session, the guy invited me to his house. They lived, a Muslim guy, they lived with he lived with his parents and his children in the same house, so 3 generations in the same house. So the father joined us for dinner. And then conversation went along the lines of apartheid, Group Areas Act, forced removals, and he explained the situation to me of actually how it happened, what had transpired. A truck pull up in your house, in front of your house, you are told to fill it up with as much as you can, and then a truck will go and dump you in Mitchell's Plain, Heideveld, Pontevel, Calvindale, Katanga, in Port Elizabeth, Ellenville, wherever. And if you happen to be dropped off in the same neighborhood, in the same house, with all of your family, then you were lucky. Families were split apart. Half of your family dropped off in this township, another half of your family dropped off somewhere else. And in those days, there was no communication, telephone lines, cell phones, or there were telephone lines, of course, cell phones. You don't know where your family is. Families absolutely ripped apart. But South African national team, did we want to know about this? Did we want to share? Did we want to feel empathy? Did we want to feel for each other? No, we didn't want to. Today, people don't want to take a knee. Maybe had we discussed these things in 2011, maybe if people realized what kind of suffering Black and Indian and colored and every non-white person have had in this country, maybe if we wanted to have these discussions, it'd be much easier to take the knee today, maybe. Because we can understand the suffering that people had. But no, we don't want to face that. We don't want to talk about that. You guys are just seen to be taking places or positions of white players in this team. You guys are just quota players. You don't deserve to be here. That's how we were treated. You know, that was the perception. So we never had these discussions. I believe they had another culture camp a year or so ago. I don't know what discussions they had. I doubt very much whether we as a country, as a national team, visited the history of our country, visited the suffering and the pain of people in this country. And I sit here today, and I know there's application processes and this and that. You can claim back your parents' properties and all this type of stuff. I'm not interested in this stuff. I don't know if any of my family have ever, I think some people on my mother's side, when I found out about this history, when society taught me about this, and I spoke to my parents and asked them, did this happen to you? My father left George as a youngster, so it didn't happen to him. It happened to the family that stayed behind. My mother, yeah, we had this property and we had a garden in the back. We had our own vegetation. We had this kind of this and that. This is the life we had. And then the same thing happened to them. And I was shocked. I was a grown man. I didn't know about this. And it was never shared because we weren't taught to hate. My parents, despite all of that, didn't teach me to hate. I was taught to work hard. Fight for what you want. Don't give up. These were the values that we were taught at home and at school. But the history of our country, people didn't want to know about it. Can we be, I'm not a politician, I'm not into politics, but I'm not blind to what is going on around me. I don't know how politicians are going to solve that situation. That's for them. But in cricket, if we cannot talk about these things, if you don't want to know about the suffering of your teammates, how can we be a team? Can we be a team? I want to move on to...
You know, Mr. Prince, time is always the enemy. Yeah, yes. We are tapering towards 10 minutes of what I think you still have. So I would like you to take your best shot and cover aspects or which you believe would supplement what you have said in your presentation. And,
in 2011, I played my last test match.
Yes.
I had always prided myself whenever I walked out to go out there, dig in for this team. When the team was in trouble, those were the situations that I felt I could prove my value to the team. Because let's be honest, we had a star-studded team. Before I came to the crease, in most matches, my contribution didn't matter. But my contribution mattered most when the team was in trouble, batting at number 5 or 6. And these were the moments that I felt brought out the best in me. Every time these moments came, I wanted to do my best for the team. I didn't always succeed, but I succeeded most of the time. In 2011, I was left out of the team. In the meeting, the selection meeting preceding my exclusion out of the team, the same meeting, the discussion was around Mark Boucher being left out of the ODI team. He would continue as a test match player. Actually, I forgot one very important bit of information. The incident before that I described that happened between de Villiers, myself, the argument about why AB didn't want to take the gloves, and the fact that I felt he was protecting Boucher. A couple of years later, sadly, Mark Boucher had an horrific accident, and lo and behold, AB's back was now fine to take the gloves and be the wicketkeeper. So I'm going to leave that for people to discern for themselves, the reasons behind all of that, and people can make up their own minds what they want. Maybe at this stage, AB, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was a more mature player, and he realized that having another batsman, JP, bowling some off-spin in the team would be stronger. My feeling was that 2 years before, 18 months before that. Unfortunately, I wasn't, it didn't transpire there. Nonetheless, we get to 2011, some meeting is taking place where I'm now going to be left out. In the meeting, one of the people in the meeting asked, okay, how are we going to break the news to these players? These players have been in the national team for a long time. Mark Boucher is going to be left out of one-day cricket. And in the same meeting, Ashwell Prince is going to be left out of the test team. How are we going to break the news to these people? The coach replied, I live around the corner from Boucher. I will take him for coffee or a meal, whatever the case may be, and I'll explain the situation forward, why we're leaving him out, why we going with a younger player, etc., etc. At the same time, I was left out. So whether that transpired, whether Boucher was taken for coffee, and whether he was explain the reasons why he's not going to be in the team for any longer, whether that transpired that way, I don't know. Ashwell Prince was just as unwelcome as I felt when I was first selected into the team. And I departed in exactly the same way, where the coach just felt it was fine just to send me an email. So 10 years of suffering, fighting for the team, in and out of the team, digging in when the team is in trouble. We can just send him an email. Just like, we're staying in the same hotel. We have a team room on the ground floor of the hotel. Everybody is in the same hotel, but we can just send him an email because, you know, it's okay to treat one like that, but the other has to be explained properly, you know, why why this and that. Okay, I know my time is running out. There's a lot of things that I need to touch on. I'm now forced to prioritize here what I want to say. I want to come to transformation, and as I said before, I want to touch on selection, transformation, my thoughts about it, quota system, etc.
If you had your way, how much time would you have needed?
I would probably need another half an hour.
Okay. We are minded to take a break now. And then we resume with you to continue with your testimony at 2:30.
Thank you very much, Advocate. I appreciate that.
The third speaker. Let's attend for now. Well, let's reassemble at 30 minutes from now would take us to 2:30.